T-minus 1 minute. T-minus 50 seconds. T-minus 40 seconds. T-minus 30 seconds. T-minus 20 seconds. Ten, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0.
What is up, everybody? What is up? So, that's right. Your favorite Sassy Pants is back and ready to act a slap fool. So, as some of y'all know, I was dealing with a rather disgusting sinus infection, which is on a downhill turn. Thank Jesus, because I feel more like myself again. Grandpa Jim. That's right. Sassy Pants is in the house, y'all. Grateful. Hey, love. It's good to see you. Miss Kara. How you doing tonight, sweetheart? SH, good to see you. All these wonderful, familiar faces. Man, that makes me feel good. I know I've been gone a few days. Other than that, half-assed performance that I gave on Hannibal's channel, and much apologies to everybody involved in that. I was not my better self during that stream. There's no doubt about that. If I'd used any common sense, I would have just said, you know what, I'm not feeling too hot. I'm going to call it a night. I'm actually feeling a lot better now. That's the reason why I'm back. Otherwise, I would have put it off, but my medication is doing its job, thankfully, finally. And here I am. Right, SH said it bad. Couldn't have said it better myself. Grandpa Jim looking hella smart in his new hat. I won't lie. I got a little laugh out of that when I first saw it. I was like, oh my gosh, look at that. First, I actually had to ask him, is that you in that profile picture? Because it kind of looked a little bit like a Photoshop since it was a little tiny little picture, you know? So, since I've been gone a few days, there has been a fair amount that has been missed. The current hot topic prior to me getting on stream is Eugenia Cooney's TikTok is down. It's been banned. And Eugenia is nowhere to be found. She had a meeting today with, oh, hey, Bayless. Yay. I'm so glad that it made it. I mean, I put tracking on it, and that's why I gave you guys the info just in case it didn't show up in a timely fashion. You could figure out where it landed. I didn't want to send stuff out and just have stuff disappear. You know what I mean? But I am very, very glad that it made it to you. Hey, Fiona's mom. Hey, remember 10 and 2, girl, 10 and 2. We don't need no tickets. Eugenia Cooney's TikTok is down. Her YouTube is still up. There was a video uploaded about 6 hours ago, but as we are familiar, you can schedule videos to be uploaded whenever you like. So she was actually due to meet with the crisis team yesterday. There has since been a TikTok video by a lady saying that this is not just a regular sort of meeting. And this was actually a court requirement. This was signed off on by a judge. and that this is not going to be something that she's going to get easily from under. So she has not reemerged since, and it seems that we may not see her for a little bit, because when the court system gets involved on stuff like that, usually you're looking at the prospect of them taking over control of your decision making. So that's not a good sign for her, not on her side from her perspective, but from the perspective of everyone else, it's probably great for her, because Miss Eugenia is a very sick young lady, and she needs some help and has needed some help for a while now. Grandpa Jim, look at him, looking all snazzy in that hat, y'all. He is rocking that hat, y'all. Hey, Abby Cat, how you doing? It's good to see you, love. I am feeling a lot better, as you can tell. Otherwise, I probably wouldn't be on here chopping it up tonight. I would be acting like a bum, you know what I'm saying? Right. Don't worry about the chat. You can catch up when you get to the house, you know. All right. So I hit the high note on the most talked about topic for the last couple of hours. I don't go real in depth on Eugenia, because Eugenia, number one, copyright strikes the hell out of everything. She's not one to take that sort of criticism, which doesn't say much. I mean, aside from the fact that nobody who has any sort of addictive or mental health issue wants a mirror held up to them. And, you know, add to it, she has her mother on her side backing and reinforcing the behavior. So that's why I don't really fool with that. I mean, there could be a lot that I could say from a medical perspective about Eugenia and what is happening with her body. But, you know, I know based on watching things with her previously as she's followed through, she doesn't want people talking about any of it. She refuses to even acknowledge it. Well, and then there's that, Abby. You know, it does really, I can tell you why it makes you uncomfortable, because she is literally dying in front of your eyes, slowly. And you know that despite how sweet she is and how upbeat she comes across, there is nothing comfortable about the situation that she has put herself in physically. And I'll tell you the God's honest truth, I'm surprised that she survived as long as she has. And I hope that if there has been some sort of intervention from the court system, that they actually get her into some sort of intensive therapy to help her get to the root of the problem. I mean, she's been in rehab before. This was like 4 years ago, and she came out and she was still very thin, mind you, but you know, her face was fuller, her color was better, you know, she looked healthier. And just over the last 4 years since she was relinquished back out into, you know, society, she has gone right back to where she was before she ended up in rehab. No, I don't think so either. And that was something that was pointed out in the discussion video that came up about Eugenia being sought in this whole situation by the court. If that is the case and the court is actually stepping up to take over her decision making, then that leaves Mama Cooney out in the cold. So, I mean, it may be the best thing that could ever happen to her, honestly. Yeah, she's uncomfortable for an entirely different reason. They're two sides of the same coin, as it were. They're both slowly dying. And the difference is, though, is that Eugenia actually seems to be a nice person. And she really deserves to heal and to get better. You know what I mean? I agree. I agree. The part that gets me is the fact that she literally has no muscle mass anymore, which is not uncommon for people when they get to that stage. Your body has to have a certain amount of protein and vitamins and nutrients and everything for it to survive. And when you don't get an adequate caloric intake every day, what actually tends to happen is your body starts to pull the protein and the nutrients that it needs from the muscle in your body, which is skeletal muscle and then eventually cardiac muscle. And a lot of times, take like Karen Carpenter as an example. Karen Carpenter, she's very famous. Everybody knows that she died of anorexia. She actually died of heart failure, and that's a secondary cause of the anorexia. Eventually, your heart pulls so much protein out of the rest of your body that it damages your heart, and then your heart just gives up. And looking at Eugenia, that's where I'm afraid things are headed, especially when she doesn't seem to have any noticeable skeletal muscle left. It's a scary thing to think about, especially for someone so young. As to me. Well, okay. I mean, she may be in a similar sort of stance, but at least she's taking steps to try to work through it. Eugenia seems to be in all out denial. The young lady you're talking about is probably doing more for educating people on the issue versus what Eugenia is doing. Because there was a couple of people that were talking about the situation before I came on that were like, well, this isn't really going to change anything. There could be another person just like her in a year, in 2 years, and nothing has been learned about it, and whatever. The fact is that you can learn about it, but it doesn't make the situation with Eugenia okay. Just like it's not okay with ALR and Foodie Beauty. They are slowly committing suicide for the entire planet to see, for money. You leave Lemmy alone. Look at little mama. Leave Lemmy alone. Leave Lemmy alone. That's not for you to play with, young lady. That's mine. Excuse you. She's Breezin. You gonna make me have to get up after I got my legs wrapped up in this blanket. Oh, y'all don't pay no attention to my jammies. I am gonna be comfortable. I wasn't about to get fully dressed. I wasn't planning on none of y'all having to see my white ass legs today, but I wasn't planning. I didn't think that she'd be up there trying to play with Lemmy either. So sorry about that, y'all. Y'all got to see more of me than y'all wanted to, I imagine. So, okay. I'm glad that other young lady is actually doing through. She seems to be actually working through the process of trying to get to the other side of, her illness. Because, realistically, and we know it, we've seen it. People can recover. It is entirely possible. And I hope that she gets the help that she needs, just like any other person on here who I talk about who has some sort of issue that is holding them back, Yeah. Or TikTok dances. She doesn't talk about anything personal. She's just kind of getting, she's there to get like an ego boost, as it were, rather than actually getting something meaningful or substantial out of it. So that's what I got on Eugenia. Like I said, the only reason I brought it up is there's been a few videos about it. There was a live about it on Jordy's channel. And I was like, ooh, folks may not know about this. Let me just kind of touch base on it. I didn't do any real research on her. What little bit I know about her is a little disturbing. I'm not going to lie. So let's take a little turn here for the fun of things, because I'm not going to tell y'all no lie. I got a laugh out of this. Let's talk about, hey, Tangle Bliss, how you doing, love? let's talk about this right here. This girl and this wig situation.
And they happened to be open on a Saturday and just accepted walk-ins, and I'm like kind of dozing off a little.
Okay, so she made a comment that she needed to go get a haircut. Okay, and she did not want to go to the usual hair salon that she uses because she feels like she is being made fun of because she has very thin hair, and that every time she goes in there, the whole salon ends up looking at her head and talking about how thin her hair is. Okay. So instead, she walked into a salon that she had never been to before, and this is what starts this. So I'm going to turn this up real quick so everybody.
And they happened to be open on a Saturday and just accepted walk-ins, and I'm like kind of
Okay, so here we are. She went to somebody she don't know. She discussed with them what she wanted. Okay, and then this happens.
I'm like kind of dozing off a little bit because when somebody plays with my hair, it's just like relaxing to me. It's really bad. There was no fixing it. Like I said, I'm not like.
So she claims that she dozed off because somebody was messing with her hair, and she did not come to until she felt clippers on the back of her neck. To which point she started to freak out because her hair had been cut much shorter than she had requested. And her claim is that this hairstylist was really out of pocket. Hang on.
With my hair, it's just like relaxing to me. It's really bad. There was no fixing it. Like I said, I'm not like completely vain. I'm not one of those people that like.
Apparently, what she had to say when she discussed this with the hairstylist as to why this woman cut more off of her hair than she had asked for, that the hairstylist said to her, your hair was not meant to be cut like this. Your hair is too thin. This would not have looked good on you. So I did this instead because it would be more appropriate. I don't know about y'all. There's a fair amount of ladies in here. Have y'all ever had a hairstylist not cut your hair the way you asked? Okay. Now, before they even started to cut it, when they looked at your hair and you were discussing with them what you wanted, would they have not discussed it with you beforehand, saying this is not going to work for your hair type, your hair thickness or thinness? Like if you're trying to color your hair, if you're going from light to dark, I've never met a stylist that would not discuss these things with you before they actually put scissors to these, even a single strand of hair. I have never heard of a stylist cutting your damn hair completely different than how you have discussed with them, unless they have stopped and said, hey, look. See, Lexi makes a good point. I am almost inclined to believe that she walked like into a Master Cuts or something. Because Master Cuts is usually young people, recently licensed, that kind of thing, and still trying to get their sea legs about them and are trying to kind of get themselves established. That I could see happening. And based on what she's describing, that's almost what that sounds like. Yeah, nothing completely different. Nothing completely different. Hey there, Angelina. Good to see you, dear. We are talking about foolishness tonight. I decided to come through all sassy pants because I've been out of commission for a few days. The sass has built up while I've been resting. Well, I mean, like the clippers, I used to have short hair, like super short hair. Back in the day, my hair actually used to be a pixie cut. You know what I'm talking about, where you spike it up in the back and you flat bang the front of it and all that stuff. I was that girl for a while. And yeah, along the lower back end of your hairline back there, they take the clippers to it and straighten that up and trim it and make it all shaped and everything. But that was the only time. I mean, I've never gone in for use for scissors and had a clipper come out. Not once. Right. And that's the way it should be. And I honestly don't think that this is what she did. She just came in and said, oh, well, here's what I want. And she just described it. Yeah, girl, I had one before I moved here. I had a lady that after the first 2 times of me going to see her, I didn't have to tell her what I wanted anymore. She knew exactly what kind of cut I wanted, whether or not I wanted it thinned or not. When I started putting highlights and lowlights in my hair, she knew exactly what color she used for highlight and lowlight whenever I went back for follow-ups and touch-ups. She was something else. She was awesome. Awesome. Exactly. Yes, I know. And actually, after we're done with this, I have been instructed to do myself a full moon ceremony. So, okay, real quick. I'm gonna take Chucklehead off screen here real quick. So I don't know many of y'all, if y'all will know Jessie Retro Readings. She has actually done tarot readings for Foodie Beauty. That's how I found her. Okay. She's got a YouTube channel. She's got an Instagram. She's got a couple other things. When she showed up on the scene, she was a Girl World watcher and started doing tarot on Foodie. And keeping up with those tarots, stuff that she was reading ages ago started coming into fruition. And I was like, this girl right here she might be for real. She might just be for real. And I want to say, and I did a video on it, the very first reading that I did with her. I did a video about it on here, on this channel. And I went into this telling her absolutely nothing about myself because I was like, okay, I just want to see. I want to see how on point she is. And she's sitting here on video with me, pulling these cards. Well, what are we checking on here? Is there anything specific you want to find out about? Whatever. And I'm going to tell you, she's pulling cards and she is literally describing what I was going through in that moment, the things that had happened up until that point. And she said, who did you lose? She says, I'm seeing the loss of someone here. And I said, well, I lost my mom. And she said, okay. She says, and I see your father here. And she started holding the card up. She's like, this is giving paternal figure energy off of it. She says, and right now there's a lot of pressure coming off of this card. And I was just like, holy fuck. I literally ended up squalling my eyeballs out 3/4 of the way in. And I mean, she was like, okay, here's what I've got projected. Here's what I'm seeing. Here's what I'm seeing will be ahead of you. Here's what you're going to have to do to get you the end result of what I see ahead. And I'm going to tell you, there was some stuff that I had already had on my mind that she had brought up that involved a new community, which is you guys. This was not long after I uploaded the first video on this channel, and I made no mention of that to her. And at this point, there hasn't been, I've done a few readings with her, maybe 3 or 4 over the last year. And everything that she has read during these readings as to what has happened between that reading and the previous reading has been dead on. And it is incredibly wild to me. I don't really put all of my faith into it. It's like basically going to somebody and saying, it would be like having car problems, okay? And talking to Heather. Y'all have met Heather. Heather's been in the chat here, my homegirl Heather. Heather runs the shop. Talking to Heather and saying, Heather, here's what I'm looking at. What do you think based on what I'm telling you? Okay. And then Heather giving me her insight based off of the information that she has. And then me taking the car to an actual shop and having the shop tell me the exact same thing that Heather has told me. It's basically like getting a secondary opinion on the things that I'm kind of already feeling. It would be just kind of like, it's just an outside sort of guidance, I guess. I mean, I don't put 100% of my faith in it. It's just one more piece of information to add to the picture to help make sense of things, if that makes sense. You know what I mean? Let's see. Wait a minute. I'm behind. Probably says in the style is just cutting off more because it would be pointless to just trim it. True enough. I could see that. But actually the thing is, and a lot of people don't really realize this, and I don't think she's intelligent enough to realize this either. People with thin hair they really fare better with shorter hairstyles, like a pixie cut would probably be more appropriate for her, based on her hair type, but, can't tell her nothing. Can't tell her nothing. You know what I'm saying? Red lighter and taught me into linear. See, and that's the thing. Cosmetologists, especially ones that have been doing it a long time, they know. They can look at your skin color, your skin tone. They can look at the texture of your hair. They can actually get a solid read of what's going to be better applied to you versus you, because you see something you like on other people who may not have the same skin tone, who may not have the same hair color, may not have the same hair texture. Realistically, that's why you should meet with your hairstylist before you actually go in for the appointment, so that you can talk about it, so that they can prepare, and so that you can kind of get an understanding of what's going to be better suited to you, in place of this picture of Angelina Jolie that you think they're going to be able to produce when you've got hair that is nowhere near close to hers. You know what I'm saying? Okay. See, I'm going to have to do that too then. Well, finding the right person isn't. It's a process, and I'm in that process. And I think I found a lady that I like. She was super nice. She's the one that started the transition on this, because I was doing my other lady from before had done color blocking. So highlight, low light, highlight, low light. I was striped. And I wanted to go to a balayage. So she's actually started the process of taking me from the color blocking to a balayage. And it's turned out really well. I really need to go back and see her so that she can actually cut my hair, because it's probably overdue for a trim. We didn't really have time to do both, because that transitional coloring situation took longer than we planned. Yeah, but that's the thing. I don't think I have any crystals. What do you do if you don't have any crystals? See, I don't have the capability or the talent to even get close to doing that. I would mess my head up so bad. I used to color my own hair, but it was box color and the whole head ended up the same color. I don't have any skill that way. Drink it, bathe with it, anything you want. Well, I guess so. And what she did say to me is that she's like, she's like, you're not doing this with everybody. She said, because she says, I can see it here. And it's going to create problems if you don't change this. She says, but with me, she says, you're very open right now. She says, you've got to start being more open and honest and vulnerable. She says, she's like, you're not really holding back right now. She says, but the people that are closest to you that need you to be open like this, you're not giving that to them. And I was just like, she kind of like held a mirror up to me in an uncomfortable way that first go round. I mean, and obviously now she knows more about me because there have been enough meetings with her and conversations about things that are going on. The other thing too about Jessie Retro that a lot of people don't know is she actually has intuitive medium skills. There have actually been moments where she's done readings for me and she was like, I'm getting this and tell me if this is somebody you know. And 9 times out of 10, it's my mom. And she's just like, I can't say this is your mom, but that's the energy that I'm getting from this. Like we were having a conversation about my dad yesterday when I talked to her, and she was like, she's like, the energy, she's like, I'm hearing something that is coming through like it's your mom saying, you know, that she has the same feelings about this that you do, but that you know that nothing can be done to change your dad's mind because he's stubborn and whatever. And I was just like, okay, I'm glad to know I'm not the only one, because, you know, it's just losing someone close to you is really fucking complicated, more complicated than it really should be sometimes. You know what I'm saying? Right. See, how stupid can you be? You know, it makes me question if she's as dumb as she actually comes across as she is, or if she's lying out of her ass. You know, like I think probably more than anything, she probably went in there asking for this particular haircut and they gave it to her and it looks like shit on her. And now she's lying and saying that they messed her head up. You know what I'm saying? That's the way I'm fixing to use my psychic abilities that I've borrowed from Jessie. That's the read that I'm getting, is that it's bullshit. All right. Hi, Mama. Hello, oranges, poranges, my darling. Okay, I don't need crystals. Okay, you're going to have to give me some further instruction here because I've never done this before. First time. I am a moon ceremony virgin. Help a girl out, why don't you? Hey, Skinny Queen, good to see you. I am feeling so much better, girl. So much better than I was. Man, I'm probably at like 98%. I'm not 100%, but I'm at like 98%. I'll take that, you know. Mine? Oh, me taking it to okay, it's going to be a red blonde balayage. I mean, it's, as you can see, it's still got the darker low light and all that stuff in it. It would have taken forever to try to weed those out. So I'm just going to kind of let the darker stuff kind of grow out. And then it's going to be a red blonde balayage by the time it's going to take steps, which is fine. I mean, it's just hair, you know, and I wear it pulled up in a ponytail 90% of the time. So realistically, I'm usually the only one that sees it, but you know, it was time for a change. I didn't want to be like 50, 60-year-old woman still with red hair and color blocking, you know. I mean, you got to kind of evolve with the times. Well, thank you, Angelina. I'm just being myself. I mean, I'm not really trying to hide anything. You know, I open my mouth, I insert my foot. There are people already that don't like me. For those of y'all that have been in Hannibal's chats, there's actually a dude that comes into Hannibal's live streams who doesn't seem to like me, which is fine. He makes little snarky comments. He tells me, Hannibal will ask me about something specific and he'll say, can you tell us about this? And then I'll start talking and he's like, we know all about that. Dr. Salty. So it's just like, okay, whatever. And I actually said to Hannibal, I'm like, whoa, this dude right here don't like me much. Isn't that weird? He was like, well, I like you. That's what matters. And I said, well, I'm glad. I was like, but this dude right here is like, he's scrappy. He's coming at me like, what does one do with that? I just ignore him. But, you know, realistically, my normal nature would be like, dude, you got a problem or something? Is there something wrong with you? Do you need a Snickers bar? What is the deal? But, you know, I already know that all that would do is create more problems. But then I am a little petty. So, you know, can't help myself sometimes. I'm glad it's working out for you. I mean, I'm going to tell you the God's honest truth. Okay. I've wanted to learn how to do my own hair like that, but I would end up being a Brad Mondo special, you know, where he's watching a video of me doing my own hair going, oh my God, she has messed up her head so bad. Oh my God. And have it actually turn out to be just as bad as he's expecting it to be. The other thing too, is I'm kind of limited in what I can do. I mean, I have, let me show you right here. Maybe it's on this side. I'm looking at myself backwards. Y'all see right here? That's not blonde. That's gray. I have like a Cruella de Vil type gray stripe right here. The rest of my hair is actually a strawberry blonde underneath. But I have darkened it forever because I like it darker. When my hair is lighter, it's very washed out. But I see those photos of like your mermaid hair, and I would love to do that. I would so love to have mermaid hair at least once. But I've been told over and over again that as a strawberry blonde, that it would be very, very difficult for me to do my hair that way. And now that I darken it to a darker red, it would make it almost impossible because it's hard to strip the red to be able to put anything else on it. It would take like multiple visits of stripping and stuff like that or whatever to get it to where it could be ready to even do that. So I was just like, I'll just have to live vicariously through people with colorful hair, you know? Ooh, thank you. Ooh. I love it. I love it. I love it. I love it when I come on here with y'all because y'all be adding stuff in that I ain't even get the opportunity to say. There you go. Right. And Pumpkin, we gonna get into that, Miss Angela. Trust me, I got a whole opinion on that. People just need to mind their business, basically. Well, see, that's the deal. That I have no filter. You know what I'm saying? So I don't really fault people for not having a filter, but this dude just genuinely does not seem to like me. Oh, I can get big petty. I'm one of them ones that I can turn being petty into like a multi-year marathon if I dislike you enough or if you've caused me enough hurt. Oh yeah, I can turn petty into like I can turn into a marathon, you know. But on here I don't have to go quite that far. So I am kind of little petty on here when it comes to on here. You know what I'm saying? This is just the internet. This ain't real life. This ain't personal. Right. And see, and that's the thing. I was just like, do I say something or no? And then I was like, nah, I'm not going to say nothing because all it's going to do is create problems, you know? So I just kind of let it go. Let's continue on with Chucklehead here.
Vain. I'm not one of those.
Okay. She says, I'm not vain.
People that like cry over haircuts. I never have in my life, but like this lady did me so dirty.
Okay. She says that. And then says this.
cried a lot. And let me tell you why I went to this place too. There's a place I typically go to.
Oh, she's just talking about I put them things out of sequence, y'all. Sorry.
I don't particularly enjoy my experience at the place I go to because they always comment on how thin my hair is. And all the hairdressers come over and look at it's a whole thing every single time. So I literally didn't want to go there knowing they were open on a Saturday because I didn't want to hear about how thin my hair is, as if I can't tell that I have thin hair on YouTube. Like, hi, sorry in advance. Sorry in
Okay, that whole... I don't know what's wrong with me. I thought I left that in there. She said this whole, I'm not the person to cry over a bad haircut, whatever. I've never been that type of person. Then said not long after that, I cried so many times, y'all. I cried this morning about it. This, that, whatever. Okay. And then repeated the story as to why, or either that or I put it out of sequence as to why she went to this other hair salon. Now, from here, she starts talking about her daughter even did her hair, like her hair that morning of this live, and how and her daughter told her, Mama, you're still beautiful, this, that, whatever. And then she goes into this.
Sorry in advance for the foodie beauty stuff. Just skip that. But like, shout out to you because yesterday you were my rock and I couldn't have done it without you. Like I was, if anybody's.
Okay. This is the same woman who tells everybody she doesn't want anybody discussing her child. And then she does this. And the day before this live, she actually put up a happy birthday to her daughter with a photo of her daughter as an infant. And I'm sorry. She is a whole ass lie, just like Dainty said. She a whole ass lie, okay? And a bad liar at that, okay? I don't believe most of this, okay? This is all, feel sorry for me. Give me some super chats because now I need wigs. It's just irksome to me.
Who doesn't like me, who's laughed at my fall and thinks that they're gonna like shame me for this. Like, everybody's had a bad haircut. I'm not the first woman to have a bad haircut. I'm not gonna be the last. And many women, many people in general wear wigs.
First off, I don't know about y'all, but I fucking laughed at her falling. And it's because she's an frustrating, irritable twit whose primary function online is to dog people out and then boo-hoo when people give her the same energy. I went on Philmont and did a search on her channel about with the word hair. And just 2 pages worth of Foodie beauty videos came up of her talking about, well, you have no hair. You have no hair. You're bald. What hair? What hair? Ma'am, that's why people don't like you, because you're a hypocrite. You don't want nobody to make fun of you, to laugh at you over the fact that you miscommunicated and caused yourself to end up with a bad haircut, but you're willing to shame somebody who has alopecia secondary to PCOS and hormonal problems. Exactly. The issue that I have with it all is further in on this, she actually does start boohooing.
A bad review makes the point before they do that to someone else. Would it be more impactful if I went back and talked to her about my hair and said like why this isn't okay and why she shouldn't do that to anybody else in the future? Or do I be one of those people who leave a bad review and possibly like ruin their business? I don't know. I don't know what to do or how to handle it.
I don't even know why she even asked that question, because she's too passive aggressive to actually go and talk to somebody face to face. I mean, we're talking about Callie Karen here. I mean, she's going to leave. She's going to leave a review, because I don't see her ever stepping foot back into that salon to actually discuss it with anybody. This is the same woman who got in her feelings because people were actually sharing the fact that she has thin hair with other people in the salon so that they can see what thin hair looks like. Exactly. Stop making a huge ordeal of it.
I didn't want to hear about it for however long it takes. I don't think it's fun for all the hairdressers to come over and see the thinnest hair they've ever seen in their life. Like, I don't like that. It doesn't feel good.
See?
So I started out with like 2 strands of hair and I'm left with none. Like, pretty much. It just sucks. I feel really ugly. I feel like I didn't recognize myself in the mirror. I didn't even want to look at myself. And I haven't felt that way since addiction, like where I couldn't face myself. So it really bothers me. But
I'm going to share something with y'all, because you know what? When I say I don't care about nothing, okay? Because she needs some super chat money, Abby. Let's just go ahead. Show me a 1 in the chat if you've ever had a bad haircut. Because I can guarantee I'm going to see a 1 from everybody. It's just hair. Exactly, Heather. Exactly, Heather. It's just hair. There my girl. There's my girl coming through. Throw them 1s in the chat, because I know everybody out there on the planet has had a bad haircut at some point in their life. And Heather ain't even got to throw her 1. I got to see Heather's bad haircut in person, just like Heather got to see mine in person. Everybody out here walking the God's green earth has had a bad haircut at some point. But I'm going to tell you, okay, from that pixie cut that I started out with, I was trying to transition my hair, okay? And I had a fair amount of length on it. I took a picture, okay, into a barbershop. Now, y'all don't pay no attention to my lip here. I got my lip waxed that same day, man, okay? And I showed the picture to the girl. This is before I found my hairstylist that I was with for the longest time, because she had moved places and didn't tell me where she had moved to. So I found somebody temporarily. This woman, okay, I walked in there with my hair needing to be reshaped, and I walked out looking like Justin Bieber. You can't tell me this ain't a Bieber haircut. Look at this. Wait a minute. Back up. Right there. She had me walking out that mug looking like Justin Bieber. And I'm going to tell you, not only did I not cry over the shit, but I was laughing at myself. I took that photo and stopped and looked at it and then started laughing. Okay? I even posted this picture on Facebook talking about, y'all, I don't even know what the hell is going on. But I took a picture in there that didn't look nothing like Justin Bieber, but here I am. You know what I'm saying? And do you know what I did? I went home, I took a shower, I combed it, and I moved the fuck on. Right. Heather said you had the beaver fever. I did for a little while there, but do you know what I did? I dealt with it. I managed, I adapted, improvised, overcame, okay? Girl, I hated that shit. Like Bieber before the tattoos and the bad decisions. Oh, Lord. Trust me, I am not a fan of Bieber. He's the second worst thing to come out of Canada as far as I'm concerned behind Foodie. But, you know, I'll tell you what I did. I rolled with the shit and I figured it out. And then that Bieber haircut went to this. Oh, wait a minute. It keeps opening on the other screen. It went to this. Okay? Your hair will grow back. It doesn't stay like that for fucking ever. And let me tell you what I did in the meantime, y'all. What I did in the meantime is I fucking rocked it exactly the way it was. I managed. If I didn't feel like doing nothing with it, if I didn't feel like having it just free floating in the wind, I put a hat on my head. And you know what? I still look damn good either way. You figure it the fuck out. Okay. And then eventually it got some more length on it. This right here was not a great cut. That was not a great cut either, but still didn't make me any less happy. I managed. You figure it the fuck out. That's part of being an adult. And I'm just going to say this whole, I couldn't look at myself just like I did through addiction. Ma'am, if you are that shallow that you have nothing to offer except for your appearance, that you equate that to the shame of addiction, then that tells me you are so shallow. So shallow. But that explains a lot of the behavior that we see from her. A big part of why she thinks she's better than other people is based in her appearance. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. See? You just got to give it time. The fact is unless your hair is cut a particular way, it's not going to look amazing right at the beginning, especially if you're talking about a difference in style. Give it a week or two, shit, it may look amazing. But, we're talking about shallow Hal over here. Look at my little niece up in here. Hey, Ambular. Well, I can even forgive Nickelback over I can deal with them. Well, that's true, and that's the deal. She was on her little live stream doing her boo-hoo to try to get monies for her to get some wigs, because she said she bought her a wig and it was so expensive. And then started asking Abby, my girl, started asking questions like, what's the upkeep on a wig? Can you curl the hair on a wig? I don't want to mess this up because I can't afford to go buy another one tomorrow if I mess it up. We talking about the smaller version of Foodie Beauty, behavior and all. Why'd you go buy a wig and then come home and wait 24 hours later and then ask somebody on your live stream about how to take care of your damn wig? We had this conversation the other night on Hannibal's freaking live stream. YouTube University is a damn thing. Google wig styling. Google wig care. It's not friggin' rocket science. You know what I'm saying? I mean, come on. Well, I'm going to tell you the God's honest truth. And Krusty Kitty can tell you here. Way back in the day, before I had my weight loss surgery, my hair was down to my butt. Okay. And then I had weight loss surgery. And unfortunately, one of the side effects of weight loss surgery is your body gets a little freaked out because of the drastic changes that comes with so much weight loss at one time, that your hair will start to fall out. And that's what happened with mine. So I went to the salon. We braided it at the base down here. We cut it. And I told the girl, I said, I want a pixie cut. I want something completely different. I want something that's easy to manage, that doesn't require a lot of upkeep on my part. And I'm going to tell you, she grabbed that ponytail and started cutting through that ponytail. And I'm going to tell you, I started crying. And the girl's like, oh my God, are you okay? It's like, it's all right. It's just a stress response. Keep going. That's normal. But I can tell you right now, I sure shit wouldn't be online dry begging for a damn wig. Right. Yes, I agree. Abby Cat. I call Abby Cat Abby. Hey, and that would make sense for her to cry if something happened to her hair. I mean, that's her jam. You know what I'm saying? But I mean, if you're talking about something as simple as a bad haircut, then I mean, grow the fuck up. I mean, come on, y'all. Exactly. And that was the thought process that I had. I mean, if you're going to buy a wig, why not actually look into it before you go and put any money into it? I mean, come on. If you want a wig that you ain't got to worry about spending an exorbitant amount of money on, I mean, Jesus Christ, go on Wish and buy some wigs. I mean, God, it's just one of those things. That's my bad, girl. That's my bad. That's an insider thing. Ooh. And see, this is why I love Abby right here. She puts it out there. I don't want to hear it from any of y'all that had all my hair cut off and it looked like Kramer. Oh, thank you. Actually, you kind of did you did for just a little bit there, but after a couple weeks, it looked good again. That's what I'm saying. It don't last forever. What's up, Hanny? Hanny in the house. I don't know why, love. I mean, I set the notification. I set the live up like hours ago, my dude. Yeah, man. Hey, Wish, Temu. You can get like a $2 wig off of Temu. You know what I'm saying? But you know how this one is. This one is going to want that high dollar, real hair, expensive ass shit just so she can flex that she got a $300 wig. You know what I'm saying? Add to it, I ain't seen not one picture of her yet with this wig on her head that actually looks good. So I can't wait to see how that's going to go. Well, trust me, she talks about that too. She was like, people get extensions all the time. It's like, no, first off, not everybody's an asshole. Okay. That's why you're getting the kickback, That's why you're getting the kickback on this that you're getting, because you're a butthole to people. I mean, of course, people are going to laugh at the fact that you're getting this shit like this happening to you and you're a butthole to people. Okay. It did. Okay. I will give it to you. I'm not going to just be mean like that, Heather. I said the haircut looked good. On who? On her? On her, Miss T? Or on me? Because I'm going to tell you, mine, that Justin Bieber get-up deal that I had going on there when that girl cut my hair, it didn't look good, but I rolled with it. Now, hers, that ain't her hair. You can look at that and tell that ain't her hair. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, baby. Actually, tell you what, Hannibal. Come on up and get in on this, my dude. Yeah, this photo is her with the wig, but she claims that the camera cut the top of her head off. She claims that, but I don't think so. I think like the photo that she's using on her profile page is with this wig on, but she's wearing a ball cap. So don't tell me that she picked out a good wig. She just picked out something. here we are again. She's half-assing it. I agree, Travis, but this girl is making it sound like she's contracted the most deadly disease on the earth, and that she's now terminal. It's just like, get over yourself, my dude. No, I know you are. Dude, I don't know. But now that you said that, I can't even unsee it, my guy. I can't even unsee it now. Looking like Mo from the Three Stooges. Woo, hang on a minute. Hang on a minute. Oh, no. Let's add this. Look at this.
With you, please. Why you?
Oh, and even falls down like her too. She trying to say that's how she ended up with that haircut. That girl knocked her ass out and chopped all her hair off.
I'll get it.
Don't tell me that right there ain't breezy, y'all. Hot damn. All right, so sorry. Okay. Yeah. I'm being hateful. I told y'all Sassy Pants was coming out on this one, y'all. I couldn't help myself. Hannibal done said Hannibal's a bad influence on me, if y'all can't tell. Hannibal, that's cool, my dude. Whenever you're ready, my man. That link is there. You can come on whenever you like. In the meantime, you know me. I ain't got no problem up here running my mouth and acting a fool. Oh, Autumn, welcome, my dear. That's actually what we're talking about here. But the whole point behind me getting some kind of amusement out of this is the fact that this one has made fun of Foodie for losing her hair, being bald, shaving her head, all of that stuff for over a year. Okay, you can't, first off, and then she had the gall to come on this live and to say that she is not going to deal with you can't shame me because plenty of people wear wigs and this and that and whatever. What's good for the goose is good for the gander. What it is she is fucking around, and now she is finding out, and she expects people to pity her when she wasn't willing to give grace to somebody else. That's the problem that I have with her, which is a running problem for her. Right, but I mean, I'm gonna be God's honest truth. She didn't say $300, but you know how she is. She tries so hard to be bougie, Abby. Oh, look at that. We missing who's our third now? Who's our third? I'm waiting on that. That's true. I was gonna get to that. Bliss is on my wavelength here tonight, y'all. Hey, I'm going to tell you the same thing I told Fiona's mom, Hannibal 10 and 2, my dude. We can't have no tickets or no wrecks up in here tonight. Hey, I can't afford to fix your vehicle, man. You got to. She went to Karma Cuts. My dude, whenever you get home, you for real got to come on, because I'm going to tell you, my man, this is just too good. Yeah, Bridge, girl, I am so glad to see you up in here. I'm going to tell you, I can't think of what video it was in, but you went on this whole thing about these people on here, not your friends. Stop acting a fool for people you don't know just because you watch their channels. Girl, I about died. I was like, Bridget is my people. I've had that same conversation several times over about people acting a fool over creators that they never met a day in their life, wanting to go to battle for them. It's some foolishness, my girl. Let me tell you. I didn't even know she did all that. I know nothing about her other than what Honey Ball Show. Oh, well, ooh, honey. Miss Autumn, darling, you was You is behind. There is so much you have missed. It's we could be here all day if we got into it. But yes, that short hair that you saw on the video, that Mo haircut, that is her hair. That is her hair. This in this photo right here, this right here is a wig. Because she didn't effectively communicate and then decided to fall asleep while a total stranger who she had never been to before was cutting her hair. It's like, come on now. It's like you... Right. He about to... See, this is why I jive with Hannibal, because me and Hannibal go back and forth and we be saying stuff that just cracks each other's slap on up, man. Let me tell you, I love Hannibal. Huh. I'm sure there probably are some out there. It's just a matter of finding them. If you looked up probably vegan would probably be free of animal products. So give that a try, Fiona's mom. Do some searching on that and see what you find. I think I went to a saloon instead. Possible. Ooh, wouldn't that be a hell of a conspiracy theory that she got baked and then took scissors to her own head? Well, you know, I mean, everybody's got their opinion on Yo Mama. I mean, I'm not really a fan of his. I've watched a couple of videos. He's just not my thing, you know. Everybody's got their thing. I miss you too, little pumpkin head, and I am going to come over that way soon. I just don't know exactly when. But when I do, we shall make a thing of it. Yeah, girl, she said she fell asleep in the chair because the stylist was playing with her hair. And and when people play with my hair, it relaxes me so much I fall asleep. Yeah. Oh, yeah, man. Yeah, man. It's like Ezra says her hands turn her into Tiny Tim from Scrooge. Oh, my God. Would you hurry up and get home so that you can come on here? Because you're killing me with this side chat stuff. Come on, dude. That's all her. This in the photo, that photo is all wig, baby. Been having some issues with hair breakage. I need your help. What do I do? Oh no, she's turned that into a big to-do, Camby. Hi, Camby, by the way. How you doing? Everybody else was saying that they got their hats. Has your hat made it to you? I'm hoping so. What she's doing, what she's planning on doing, and is she's going to do a head reveal in a members only stream because, you know, she's too embarrassed. Well, I don't know. I don't know about that. No telling. Well, I mean, personally, I'm with you. You need to be aware of your surroundings just as a generality anyway. But if you're having somebody cut your hair, you would think that, you know, you would be paying attention anyway, especially if it's somebody you've never been to before, which is what she was saying, that this is somebody she had never been to before. Yeah, there you go. There you go, Fiona's mom. Anything vegan that's considered cruelty-free is going to have something without, and it'll say cruelty-free, no animal products, you know, or halal is another way to put it. You may be able to find something. Have you ever known me not to be dramatic, Ambular? Come on now. Where you been? You just now catching up on things, young lady? You should have known better by now. No, I haven't been home yet. Ooh, I can't wait to see if it's waiting on you, because I've had 2 people out of the 5 say that they've gotten their hats. So, Heather, girl, you missed it. Hang on. I'm fitting to show y'all my wide ass legs again. I'm sorry. Okay, so hat, what did you miss? So, Heather, I know you remember in some of the Foodie Beauty videos, she had on this crazy multicolored hat with little spiky things off the brim of it. I found some. This is one that I bought specifically for me. It doesn't look the same as the one she was wearing, but I found some of the exact hat that Foodie was wearing on her head, and I ordered them and I did a giveaway. And there were 5 of them, and there are, so far, of the 5 people that I sent them to, 2 has received them. I'm just waiting to hear back from everybody else. Oh, no, wait, 3 of the 5. I'm sorry. I got an email earlier that I forgot about. Holy moly, there's a lot of talking going on in here. Now I see why people be hiding their face and everything, because they be looking straight crazy trying to catch up on stinking comments. You should have entered to try to win that. Well, yeah, you should have. You should have. Well, she didn't. She made the claim that she ain't even say nothing about it or whatever. But, you know, that may end up coming about. It's just a matter of time. Yeah, pot calling the kettle black, ain't she? Sending hat to, supposed to send the hat to a Megan, and if he's supposed to send it to someone and girl or kind of sisterhood to the traveling headgear type situation. Yep, that's exactly the plan, actually. And I'm going to reach out to Erie at some point and see who he's going to send it to, and I'm going to kind of be keeping track of where it's going, so that I can do like a little push pin map deal. Because I think that it would be hysterical to have that hat travel more than Foodie ever could, just for the pure shits and gigs of it all. You know what I'm saying? Yes, ma'am. Sure enough. Busy has the haircut in her thumbnail. I do too. Well, okay. Well, I'm going to tell you the God's honest truth. I'm going to put it on. It's a little small. It's a little snug. As you can imagine, these hats are made for folks from Asia. And Asian folks must have kind of smaller heads because this thing is kind of snug. But I don't care. I still like it. It's horrible. It's horrible, and I love it. It's gaudy, and I love it. Oh, yeah. I remember I meant to cut my bangs myself and got scissor happy and cut some sideburns as well. Well, I'm hoping eventually it's going to travel to everybody in the girl world sphere, whether they're central or proximal. And what we're doing is we're having everybody sign one of the little bands or whatever, so that, you know, we have it. What you mean no? Girl, you need to hush. What you mean? You mean where did I get the hat from? The hats that I gave away, or this hat? This hat I found on eBay, believe it or not. I found this one on eBay. The others I found on Amazon, believe it or not. I don't know if they still have them up there, but, you know, knock yourself out. If you can find one, if you find some more, then more power to you, my dude. It was just something fun to do, you know. Hannibal, the hat, and the cat. Right. That would be awesome, by the way. I'll have to get you one like mine. It's a ball cap with IP and pulls. Girl, I can't with you. What? Is there anything that works with you, ma'am? Come on. Okay, we're going to continue on with Knucklehead here.
It really bothers me. I feel like I trusted somebody and I shouldn't have, you know?
Ma'am, this was a total stranger talking about you trusted somebody you shouldn't have. I'm sorry. Even the hairdresser that I had for years, and I'm talking about years, I'm talking about more than a decade. I never fell asleep when that woman was doing my hair. Not one time. Because I want to know what's going on when somebody's messing with my head.
It just sucks when like people betray your trust like that. And they happened to be open on a Saturday and just accepted walk-ins and
oh shit, I restarted it.
Oh good. So I started out with like 2 strands of hair and I'm left with none. Like pretty much it's myself in the mirror. I didn't even want to look at myself and I haven't felt that kind of, but it really bothered me.
Oh no, I ran through to the end of that. That's my bad, y'all. Well, okay, what you can do, let me find that question because I saw it. Well, first off, it took some legwork, but what you can do on Amazon, put in Thai, Thai festival hat, and it should show up hopefully in the search results. Now, you may not find the exact one, but you may find something similar because there were different variations of it. But the hat, intensive purposes like the color banding and the little dealio, the little danglies and stuff like that, all that stuff was still the same. You know what I mean? Oh my goodness, I'm behind again. My eyes are rolling so hard they might bother you so much you made dedicated videos about it and posted pictures. Right. This is a grift. All of it. I'm so glad you do. And see, that's the same problem that I've got. I've got a big head. So, and I know, you are an average size human, just like I'm an average size human. And my hat is tight on me. So there is no way in the Sam hell that Foodie is actually putting that hat all the way on her head. She's just sitting it on top of her head like that. So, I want to say dad in the streets, daddy in the sheets. Oh my God. Heather, Fiona's mom has pointed you to a hat. I think that might be a possibility. You know what I mean? Right. She's the kind that gets in the white van with free candy. Yeah, she is definitely not the brightest bulb. But in her mind, she is, though. She's the smartest person in the room. Right. I've said that, too. I've said that a couple of times. Who sleeps? Exactly. Man, I got so many of y'all over here on the same wavelength. Yes, my dude. Okay, at the very beginning of this, because I clipped it down, Hannibal, she was like, I'm not the kind of person that cries over a haircut. I've never been that type of person. And then not long after that, she said, I cried after I left, and then I cried so many times. I cried at it this morning when I got up. When I looked at myself in the mirror, and then she cried on stream. It's just like, Heifer, what is the matter with you? Oh yeah, girl, I know. Yep, all the way. Of course, Roy would. That doesn't surprise me. Wait. Now that you's home, my dude. Now that you is home, Hannibal. Now that you is home, Hannibal. Come on, you know you want to. Right. So tell me you lying without telling me you lying. No, for real, I probably would have cried if they cut off my hair. Well, okay. Bridge, what I said was, because I have actually cut all of my hair off. I mean, at one point my hair was down to my butt, and I cut it off to like a short pixie cut. Now, we braided it, and the girl grabbed it at the braid and started cutting it, and I started crying. And she started panicking, and I was like, nope, just keep going. It's a stress thing. I've had long hair my whole life. She makes the claim that this person took all this hair off without her permission, and I don't think that's the case. And all of it because she didn't want to go to a salon where people that she had been dealing with, because the stylist always talks about how thin her hair is and shows it to other stylists how thin her hair is, and she was in her feelings about it. Why would you go to a total stranger just because you don't want to hear them talk about your hair being thin, and then cry because your hair didn't get cut the way you expected because you have thin hair? It's just, can't win. Damned if you do, damned if you don't, sort of thing. You know what I mean? Thank you. It's exactly what I said. I don't cry over everything, I cry over everything but can't produce tears. Girl, thank you. Right, but hers is the reverse. I don't ever cry over stuff and then proceeds to cry on stream for super chats. Right. Yeah, I mean, girl, I used to watch her. I've never been subscribed to her, but I used to like watch her videos to kind of hit the high points on stuff. But I can't deal with her no more. I just can't. I think so. Possible. Right. She is like the worst attributes of ALR and Foodie in a smaller skin suit. You would think so. I mean, after all, she's spent all this time hammering Foodie about the fact that she was going bald and that she shaved her head, and yeah. All right. True enough, but girl, she ain't concerned about all that bridge. She is all about the grift, baby. You done been around. I know you see that one just as clear as I do. I know you see it. She, even if it would grow her hair back, it wouldn't matter one way or the other. It's an opportunity. Girl, where you been? Right. Trying to plan out the next emergency. The next emergency woe is me super chat set up. Desire access, I got bed bugs in my hair, so I cut it. You wrong for that. Oh, actually, somebody needs to send. Okay, this is gonna be ugly, but I don't care. The next live that she has, anybody in here who is willing to do so, somebody send her a super chat with the subheading Force Women's Rogaine. Here's the other thing. Since she wants to ride so hard on this, I have trouble growing hair. My hair's just always been thin. I don't know why. I've tried everything. Have you tried going to a fucking dermatologist? Have we tried going to a medical professional? Believe it or not, there are oral medications, there are topical medications that can be prescribed to you by those illustrious professionals that might actually help you grow your hair in thicker. Or you might actually even develop new growth. Oh, but wait, that would require you to do something, right? We can't walk around using that as the, oh, woe is me. Hey, I'm just saying. She don't want to go to a dermatologist and actually get some help for her problem, so why not? She can go to Walmart and pick her up some women's Rogaine in the health and beauty section, just like everybody else. Right. Surprised she didn't cut it all off. Girl, she did. Her hair was only to her shoulders. She ain't have enough. She ain't have enough. It's got to be a certain length to donate it to Locks of Love. I know that because I donated my braid after I cut all my hair off. The breezy foodie doesn't need cat piss wigs now. So, oh, actually, she said that they're in the Kia. That her wigs are in the Kia. Oh, that's true. That's true. And then Bridge, and then she can be doing then she can be in their commercials. I'm not a spokesperson. I'm not a spokesperson. I'm also a client. Yeah. Girl, you hear her tell it? She says 6 years. First, that's just from alcohol. She is a cross-addicted type. She likes to switch her substances from liquid to solid so that she can then convert it into vapor. You know what I'm saying? She's a THC smoker. That's true. All right. I'm down. I'm ready. Well, I mean, it's entirely possible, like if she were still actively drinking, but she makes the claim that it's genetic and that her hair has always been that way. I had to look at the real hair, man. I'd be fighting mad if I were her. No, girl, you ain't playing. That's it. Bees in the trap. Wigs in the Kia. I can't bring you nowhere, Heather. Right. But the upswing is she wouldn't have to spend no money, though. And we know Breezy don't like to spend no money if she can help it. I like when Becky let her hair grow out. Yeah, basically. Pretty much. Difference is I think it actually looked pretty decent on Becky. Well, Foodie made the claim. She made the claim that it still runs, even though she's been gone over a year. She says that she has somebody looking after the car and taking care of it for her. I'll be curious to see. I've had weight loss. Oh, I straighten. We still have hair. Yes, a lot thinner, but still have it. Right. See, that's the deal. That's the deal. I had the exact same thing, Tangle Bliss. That's part of why I cut all my hair off, is that I had weight loss surgery and my hair started falling out. Probably about 3 weeks or a month after I had the surgery, I went and cut all my hair off. And I took it from down from my butt to like a pixie cut because I wanted something simpler, easier to manage, all that stuff. And now, all these years later, I actually this new lady that I started seeing recently, because I moved, I went in and she was working on my hair for me. And she was like, wow, you've got really thick hair. And I was like, thank you. Because I try really, really hard to stay on top of my vitamins and all that stuff, add to it. And I've had these conversations. I'm perimenopausal, and I'm going to tell you the symptoms were kicking my ass. So I went on HRT with a quickness. I just could not deal. And if I haven't had the hair loss thing really happening much, not anything past like normal loss that you would have usually. And I'm so glad that I haven't, because I just could not deal with that. Not with losing my hair. That's fine. I mean, BFD, I've got enough of it that if I lost some, I don't think it would hurt anything. But just the idea of having to deal with it on my clothes and all over the place, I just don't want to have to deal with that, because that's what prompted me to cut it before, is the fact that I had hair all over my clothes, in my bed, everywhere. Yeah, she was Becky with the good hair for a couple minutes. But why does she have a wigmobile? Ain't that a pimpy ride? I'm gonna tell you, the Kia, the car is like a whole thing, girl. That was well before you got suckered in on all this. That one, first off, she never had the stupid thing serviced. She drove snow tires 24 hours a day, 7 days a week through the whole year, even though living in Canada, you're supposed to change from snow tires to regular tires and back to snow tires. She drove over all kind of shit, curbs, you name it. And she was, Heather, remember you told me about Kias? That girl was driving a Kia. She beat that thing to hell and back. And do you know, it still kept on going. It was shocking, some of the stuff that she did to it. Oh yeah, she's been talking a lot about that lately. Fiona's mom, bless your heart. See that part I can agree with. The light thing, that's cool. But I wasn't actually having the hot flashes. What I was doing is I was having the sweating at night. I was having trouble sleeping. My metabolism went into the dirt, and I started having like brain fog. I started having trouble concentrating, and I was just like, something's got to give here, dude. Trouble sleeping too was another one. I told you about Smith. Yes, you did. Yes, ma'am, you did. I honestly don't think so. She was already struggling to get in and out of it before this whole trip to the Middle East and all. And after this Thailand trip, as much weight as she's gained, as quickly as she's gained it, I don't think so. Yeah, it was awful. Yeah, see, I can't, if I'm not comfortable, I can't sleep. I was already having trouble getting to sleep, but that just made it worse. Hannibal in the house. What's up, my dude?
Happy Friday. How are you?
I'm all right.
Now, I just heard you talking about Foodie and her weight gain in Thailand. Why? Why do you think she's gaining so much weight, other than like extra sodium or
combination of everything? Heat? Food choice, multiple adult meals in one sitting, sodium content. Take her sausages. Okay. Mm-hmm. Her halal sausages that she loves so much. Them bitches are loaded with sodium. I mean, loaded.
So even though she appears, and I'm gonna say appears to be moving around more, getting more exercise, you would think that you think that she would be losing some weight, but it seems like she's just bloating. She's just bloating up.
I
I
mean, I
mean,
think I'm gonna be true with you. There's no way she's not gaining weight, my dude. I mean,
she's definitely gaining weight. I sent a
too
picture and
too
she's
many
busted out the
calories
clothes.
in, too many calories in versus not enough calories out. And actually, your timing is great because we can have us a whole foodie to do thing. Hang on, let's catch on. Let's catch up on this real quick before I get all into it because I ain't had so much conversation going in the chat and I don't know how long. Holy moly!
Yeah, and I saw the boy band haircut that somebody gave her. She went to Spanky and got her haircut, didn't she?
Dude, let me tell you, you weren't in here for this. Hang on, let me show you.
That's so funny.
I said, you know what? I said, I'm sorry. You know what happens when you get a bad haircut? You fucking deal with it. I've had bad haircuts. The picture that I took into the place that I had this haircut done didn't look fuck all like the picture that I took in there. And you know what I did? Not only did I not cry about it, when I took this picture and I looked at myself, I laughed about it. And then I went home, I washed my hair, I combed it, and I figured it the fuck out. This is not an end of the world scenario.
Yeah, it'll go right.
Everybody has had a bad haircut.
Oh yeah, everybody's had a bad haircut. So,
well,
she said she wasn't gonna cry about it,
and then proceeded to cry about it.
A straight foodie trait.
Yeah. I had these folks in here losing it with me because I said, you know what? I said, I went into this salon with a particular thing in mind. I said, and I did not walk in there with a picture of Justin Bieber, but that's the haircut that I got. And do you know what? I still didn't lose it. I was like, first off, that's your fault. You went to a brand new person that you had never dealt with before because they took walk-ins. Number two, you fell asleep with a total stranger behind your back with a pair of shears and then quote unquote trusted them that they were going to do what you asked them to do. No, that's your fault.
I think they did what she asked them to do. I think they did what she asked them to do. I think she said, hey, can you trim them dead ends off? And that's what it ended up like.
Probably. Lily had a 6-hour conversation about those symptoms the other night. I did snatch it off, by the way. Thank you. I'm so glad that you did. About time. Jesus. That's a whole to do, y'all. One day I'm going to have to bring Heather up here and let her have whole conversations with y'all about her husband. Her husband's a trip. Let's see. Yes, she did, but we already knew that, though. That's the thing. This is about Foodie. Foodie actually had, she was already told that she has hypertension, but what she was talking about being tested for was, God, I can't think of the words that she used. Pulmonary hypertension, but that she has already too, because it is genetic. And I've already said she's showing symptoms of pulmonary hypertension. That's part of why her breathing is fucked, I'm sure.
I mean, I think there's a lot of weight on them lungs. That's why the breathing is bad.
Well, I mean, yeah, she's got the atelectasis from the weight, but then she's got hypertension. She's got circulation problems. Remember, I told you when your heart gets enlarged, it doesn't pump effectively, which means the blood gets backed up, which means it's usually backed up in the lungs, which causes pulmonary hypertension in the lungs, So she's a litany. She would be a case study for somebody who was wanting to see their professors go, holy shit. Let's see. Yep, Heather's saying it could also be liver damage, that too.
Yeah, because she's got the non-alcoholic fatty liver.
Fatty liver. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Let's see. I had a pain on my right side, rolled out from weight loss surgery, had emergency removal of my appendix. Holy moly, girl.
Now, speaking of removals, she's had her, gallbladder removed, right?
Yes, sir.
And so the amount of food that she's taking in, is it not being processed all right? I mean, it should be running through her in my mind, but
it is. That's why she doesn't ever want to travel far from the bathroom. And that's why before pre-snort era that she was making all them trips to the outhouse, and why she was stopping on the side of the road because she was eating fast food that's loaded with fat. And it was running straight through her because without your gallbladder, you don't break down fats effectively.
So here's a nasty question. Does that come out like chunks, like the meat that you just ate? Because she doesn't chew very much, so it
Honey,
would legitimately be chunks.
it'll have you running like a faucet.
Oh, oh, that wino drunk. That's no, no, thank you.
Hey, me and you, we on. I can tell you, people that work in the field that I work in, we a whole nother level, man. That's just a normal day. I know it's gross to you and it's gross to everybody else out there, but see, even Bridge said it wasn't she sharting all the time.
Yep.
Yep.
And I'm sure she still is. But
Oh no question. Like, what are you talking about? Heather, come on, girl.
so I don't think that Salah is in this room with her. I think he might have him a separate room. I think he might have just separated from her and they just.
I think so. Because she did say that they had separate bathrooms at one point.
What hotel has separate bathrooms?
At the fart box in Kuwait, apparently they have separate bathrooms.
Oh. I wouldn't want to share a bathroom with her.
Me either.
I have legitimately watched her get up from the toilet and go right back to doing what she's doing. No drying, no washing her hands, none of that.
See what
She
Abby
just got
said?
up.
Abby's comment there. She said at one point she goes to the bathroom like 10 times a day. That's probably because she's eaten such a high fat content diet.
I can't imagine going to the bathroom 10 times a day. I'm going to the doctor.
There you go. Shit like a goose through a trumpet.
Oh my.
This right here, that's my homegirl I was telling you about that I've been friends with since middle school.
And so she ate a 9-cheese pizza the other day, which, I mean, is 4 cheeses not enough?
I'll tell you what got me, and I wish I didn't break that video down. I wish I had done that so we could do this, but proceeded to sit there and lecture God and everybody about how you should be grateful for everything, for life, for what little bit you've got. And then in the same breath complained about the size of this pizza.
Yes, I recall.
Like, ma'am,
she had 6 slices. It wasn't going to be enough. She's still going to be hungry.
Ma'am. Okay.
And she's going to try the pizza in its natural cheesiness and then proceeds to pour an entire vat of ketchup over it.
It's like, first off, shut up. Stop preaching at people. Do you not know that we don't know who you are, ma'am? Stop it.
But, okay, I have a question.
Wait. I hate it when it does that. There we go. All right. There she is.
7. Here we go. Secret operations coming up.
But, okay, I have a question about that, curious. Why do people care? I see people, like, I'm sure, I haven't seen it, but I'm sure it happens. I don't even have to look. People have 5 million hour live streams about my visa status, like it's anyone's business. Why is it such a big point of contention? Because I think people...
Because you made it such a big point of contention. You made it something to focus in on. You gave us this ammo, and then when we are loaded up and giving opinions and sharing thoughts about it, whether we're right or wrong, we're just having a good time sharing thoughts about it. Now, me personally, and my thoughts is something's going on, Foodie, and I don't think that your visa is approved. I think that you are legitimately stuck in Thailand.
I do too. I do too, because you can tell she is all the way over it and has been for at least a week.
And I believe that we're seeing her, whether she wants to admit it or not, she's binging over the stress that she's under because she can't get back or she can't get away. And of course, she's talking more about, hey, if I go back to Canada, when I go back to Canada, I'm going to have to sell my car and do this and do that and so on and so forth. And I'm like, ma'am, you're stuck. For you to even mention it, that there are people having 5-hour streams about your visa status, which I haven't seen a 5-hour stream about your visa status. To be
Well, I
honest.
mean, she automatically calls any stream a 5-hour stream. But, I mean, even this one, by the time it's done, she'll be like, "Yeah, 5-hour stream about me." Rah, rah. But I mean, this goes back to the same thing that I've said about everybody. Why are you angry when you're the one that put it out there?
Well,
I mean, I'm not going to sit here. Okay. All right. Prime example. Everybody who's been through here knows who Little Mama is, has seen Little Mama, has heard me talk about Little Mama.
mhm.
And then if you asked me, why are you talking about my cat? It's no different than the same behavior we see with Breezy. Why are you talking about my kid? You done doxed my kid.
Oh my God.
You done put it out there. You the one that shared it. That's your fault.
Okay, real quick, not to switch subjects, but did
Go
you
ahead.
see that? Did you see Breezy put a picture of her and her kid as an infantile baby, talking about it's 11 years? I can't believe how long it's been, and blah blah. Did you, ma'am?
I
And
talked about that.
do I need to call the cops on her? I need to call the police right
I
now.
said, don't, between that and then in that same stream about her hair, was talking about my daughter fixed my hair for me and told me that I was still beautiful. And when you watch this later, I'm so sorry about all the foodie beauty stuff, but if it weren't for you, I wouldn't have made it through all this. And I'm sitting here and I was just like, first of all, how unhealthy of a relationship do you have with your kid that you literally hang your entire life and whether or not you can deal with a bad haircut on your fucking kid? That kid is going to need therapy.
The kid already needs therapy.
True enough.
The kid already. I mean, the kid has been legitimately removed at one point, bouncing back and forth from house to house, then hearing mom go through whatever fake relationship she had with Garlic Bread, and then being given away, passed away to some man she's never seen. And all of
Yeah.
a sudden now she can't be talked about, but now she's the talk of the town. And of course, she's the number one support. And there, I believe she's more free.
Do your impression so that I can put it on YouTube.
Oh my God. And then,
Yeah.
she treats her more of a friend because
because
she's,
that
she,
because that's the level of parenting that she's had. I can imagine that her family did the same damn thing with her, and that's why she is the way she is. So she's emulating what she's learned from her parents. Can almost bank on it.
Well, as we see, it didn't turn out too well. And the cycle goes on.
Yep. Heather, who are you talking about? I hope you're not talking about Sala, and I sincerely hope you're being cynical. Okay.
People expect me, like, I don't know, because I'm overweight or what I went through a couple of years ago, that I'm forever going to be miserable. No, there's more to a person than just.
Okay.
And again, she's eating something. What is she about to pull out the bag?
That was fruit.
Oh, is this the fruit one? She's about
Yeah.
to just start biting into
I was craving fruit, y'all. This was the last live that she did.
She's craving fruit to cleanse herself. She needs to go to the bathroom.
She was talking about, I can't believe that people just expect me to keep being miserable because of everything that I went through.
Man, we expect you to keep being miserable because you keep showing us how miserable you are.
Exactly.
What is it?
She acts like, first off, she ain't fooling nobody but herself. We see her. And I've said it before, no miserable person is going to be coming on here focusing on what other people have said about them. No happy person is going to be lashing out at people because of stuff that's been said about them. I don't know about you, but when I'm in a happy frame of mind, if I'm in a relationship and I'm content, I could give two fucks what anybody else has to say about it. Well, I say that with the caveat that I don't give two fucks what people have to say anyway, but it's especially the furthest thing from my mind when I'm happy.
Oh yeah. I'm sorry, it's the last thing I'm putting online. That's where I'm at. So
yeah.
It's the last
Yeah.
thing I'm putting online. But I mean, Foodie made her relationship. She made her entire life about being online. She made everything. And at this point, she's legitimately stuck. What else can she do? What job can she go to work at? She can sit back and maybe collect some kind of disability check.
Disability.
Yeah, but that's not going to be enough money from what she's used to potentially making here or could make. But I mean, she's dying. Her channel is not her. Well,
They're both. The channel will go down before she does.
let's hope. I would hope the channel goes down so that she could seek some help and get some assistance and do all the
Oh,
things she needs to do to take care of herself. But
this
it,
next run of stuff is going to be about the changes to the YouTube policy. You heard about that, right?
oh yeah, I know.
She goes off on a whole tirade about it.
I
Um,
heard about
and
her and
she
Eugenia.
brings up Eugenia Cooney.
Hmm.
But, and I talked about this at the very beginning of the stream, you weren't here for that. Eugenia's TikTok has been banned.
Oh no, I saw. Oh, I
Okay.
know all about that. I know
Okay.
all about that, and that's going to be great because that's going to be a chain reaction. And I feel like her bringing it up is going to be the same thing that brought Music Biz Marty over here, and it's going to bring attention
Well,
to her binging.
let's add to that. Eugenia is MIA.
Good. She needs to be
Okay.
in. She needs to be
Wait,
in.
wait. I'm getting to it.
Okay, go for it.
Let me build up to it. Okay, so she talked about it on a live recently that she was to have a meeting with a representative to evaluate her because people were making all these crazy phone calls talking about she's in distress and her life is in danger. Okay, yesterday,
Clearly,
early in the day, she posted on Instagram of her in like a sweatshirt that was three or four sizes too big,
that means it was extra
glasses
small. Hmm.
glasses that were two sizes too big for her face, with a caption saying, having a meeting today with the crisis team because of all the crazy calls y'all been making. And she put a distressed face and then put ha ha. But the TikTok went down earlier this evening. A lady went online, apparently, who works in the system, who said, if there's a crisis team involved, then this is not just a meeting with her. Hey, I'm doing okay. This has been overblown, whatever, whatever. This is a court intervention. This is a judge has signed off on paperwork for this crisis team to come in, and they are to step in and take over decision making for her, which means mama, who's been benefiting from all this and who's been feeding into all this, more than likely she's going to get shut out. And her disappearing is probably meaning that she's already in inpatient care somewhere, because they would not allow her outpatient, not if the court system has gotten involved. So now you know everything that I know.
Hmm. Interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
But
I'm
I
definitely
did say
doing my.
too, in that whole shebang that I don't really watch Eugenia because I honestly think that she is in more dire straits at this point than Foodie is.
Oh, I don't watch Eugenia because she has been in more dire straits since that
Yes.
time that she came back from the first, we're going to call it an intervention that
Yeah.
her online friends did. She's been going downhill ever since. And the
Right.
one or
Well,
two times I thought about bringing her up, it was really to talk about her mom, who apparently keeps her in this condition in captivity and making money off of her, kind
oh
of
yeah.
more of a trafficker.
Hmm.
And a lot of people don't know that trafficking comes a lot inwards. People sell you. People
Yeah.
keep you for money.
And
So
what gets me is, what does it say about the type of person that her mother is that she's okay with watching her daughter destroy herself?
um her her mother may have, what is it? I don't know, Munchausen by proxy.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
And
yeah, I can't watch Eugenia because I mean,
Yeah, it
it's a lot. It's a lot.
it is very much a lot. Well, and the few times that I have seen her, like I think the most recent of her videos is the one where she was doing, she was dressed up like Selena and was doing the little dance to one of Selena's songs. And I'm going to tell you, I was just like, oh my God, because I talked about it. I don't talk about Eugenia because Eugenia is known for striking people
I don't
because
talk
she does.
about her for that. I don't talk about her because of her condition. She's a walking skeleton. She's not healthy at all, and
No, it's
there's
not. But
nothing really to be said about that you can poke fun of. She's not really a mean person.
no, she's not. I mean, and when I say I mean, if I approached it, it would be from the same angle that I approach Foodie and ALR. Like, and I talked about it, and I said, take as an example, you're Karen Carpenter. Everybody in the world knows who Karen Carpenter is. You didn't say yeah. Do you not know who that is?
What she play on?
Karen Carpenter was a singer.
What she play in?
Oh my God, hang on. I'm trying to think of the songs by Karen Carpenter.
Did she dance? What was she a part of the Carpenters?
Yes.
That we're only just
That's
begun.
That's her, the
No,
girl.
I don't know her.
Okay.
Mm-mm.
Smart ass.
Yes,
I
ma'am.
still love you though.
I'm sorry.
Everybody kind of knows that that's what killed Karen Carpenter. She was anorexic.
Yeah.
And I was breaking it down. I mean, what ends up happening, and I can see it looking at Eugenia, when you have enough of a long-term span without actual food intake, especially protein, your body breaks down what it has available for it to use, which is the muscle.
Mm-hmm. And her muscles are gone.
Her muscles are gone. And the downside is that eventually it doesn't stop there. I mean, it takes it from every muscle, which includes the heart. And that's what took out Karen Carpenter. She ended up in heart failure, and she died from heart failure because of not eating.
Eugenia's shown so many signs. She's got twitches. She's got tics. It's a lot of people that I could cover, but I don't. Eugenia's one of them. Leticia is another. I can't talk about her. She's way gone.
Yeah.
That again, Dark Rose. Y'all should leave Dark Rose alone. She's gonna be another. She's not all there at all.
And I mean, that would, if I went at it from any angle, it would be that one to explain like what is happening to her body from the lack of nutrients and all that stuff. And the thing is like,
I personally would love that. What's causing the tremors? What's causing the tics? Why is that? Is that because the muscles are going? She's had a stuttering that she didn't have.
Everything in your body is actually ran off of sugar. Your brain is run off of sugar. Your nerves run off of sugar, vitamins, nutrients. Without all of the vitamins and nutrients that you're supposed to get in a day, you have all kind of issues with your mental status, with your nerves, with everything, your skin, various organs. There's all kind of stuff. I mean, see right there, crab apples coming through with the big brain. See a lot of issues that can actually stay after you get healthy. I mean, take that stay in rehab she did 4 years ago. Her first video where she's like, I'm back. She was still very thin. She was still thin enough that I was like, this poor child. But she was thicker. Yeah. She looked healthier. Her face had filled out. Her skin had more color to it. I mean, she looked healthier. And she was starting back on the right path. And then as soon as she got back online again, she just went and circled the drain again. Realistically, her losing this TikTok is probably the best thing for her. And it would probably be even better if the courts had all of her social media shut down. The issue that I have with her being online is that all it does is give her positive reinforcement for a negative behavior, just like it does with Foodie.
Agreed. 100% agreed.
And that's where
and I'm happy. I'm very happy that her TikTok got taken down. And like you said, I hope it goes and follows. I hope it creates a wave of awareness, and I hope it creates a wave of channels like Foodie, who, ma'am, you're not just a big girl online presenting content. You are legitimately and have been the entire time since you stopped doing this little couples little field trips that you've been doing. You know what? Maybe Salah ran out of permission slips. That's why we're not going to the zoo and shit anymore. Maybe that's what the
I don't
problem.
know.
But
Oh, it's
no, I
it's
think you're
back.
stuck.
Hang on. Fiona's mama's saying it's back up.
Let's see.
Oh shit! It is back up.
Eugenia wins again. See, what are they going to do?
Look
Oh
at that
my!
shit.
Is that today? Oh my!
Let's see.
So, oh my gosh, today in the mail, I got the.
That was from 6 hours ago, but here's the problem. The fact is she is MIA, and this right here being posted 6 hours ago doesn't really mean anything. The same video went up on YouTube 6 hours ago. TikTok functions a lot like like YouTube does. You can put stuff up and set it to drop in Premiere, but there's been no live streams or anything like that from her. And I'm of the position that until she actually does a live stream,
she's
I
just
don't.
posting old videos,
Yeah.
saved videos.
The other thing too that I
Because she
think,
looks a lot thicker in that video than she did 2 days ago.
I mean, realistically, like, see there. The other thing too, she's not the only person. You know, her mama's got access to that account. You know she does.
I don't like her mama.
I don't either, but
Yeah, and I think her mama should come up on charges.
I agree.
And I can't see how any parent would keep their child in that condition without wanting to seek help. How do you look at your child every damn day, not eat, look, and look how big her mama is. Her mama's 3 sizes less than Foodie.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Well, here's the position that I'm going to take on her mama. There is a special place in hell for her to shovel coal when her time comes.
I want her to shovel ice, and she can't never get it over to the spot she need to get it to.
True enough. All right, we're going to continue on with Chucklehead here.
That I'm forever going to be miserable? No, there's more to a person that just
got a ring back on.
Ways, you know?
Oh, I had to throw that in there. She was talking about the NPC thing on TikTok, and she was like, "Oh, I hate it." She's like, "It's so stupid. What's the point?" And then she started imitating it.
They're ways, you know?
Right here.
I'm not a live stream.
Oh,
I couldn't help it.
Streamers, you know.
She makes a good NPC because she's stupid like one.
Basically, I mean, look at that face.
That's an NPC face, all right.
I'm not a live streamer who ignores my streamers, you know, like.
You are.
I don't care.
She doesn't. I have to agree with her. She does not ignore her chat. What she does is she selectively chooses who to acknowledge, but she does not ignore her chat because she takes her aggression out on her chat. If she ignored them, that would be a whole nother thing. Nother thing. Bridge says that was a dig at your mama.
Oh, okay.
Well, thank you, Crab Apples. I'm so glad you did. It's nice to have you. All right, let's continue. Let's see what she's getting in.
I get super chats. I mean, I appreciate them, but
she was like, I don't care if I get super chats.
Lies.
That's not why I go live, to get super chats, you know?
That's a lie.
That's the reason I don't do most things for money. I know people think that I do mukbangs. I know that mukbangs, honestly, they're not really a big thing anymore. They still are.
How do you're a walking contradiction. Everything you say, you then turn around and contradict it. Oh, it's not a big thing anymore. Well, they still are. No, Foodie. It's just an excuse for you to be able to say that I want to binge right now. You just said it. You said it clearly somewhere, possibly in the middle of this. All you want to do is eat and talk.
Mm-hmm.
That's it. That's all you want to do. And that's the closest to the truth you've ever been. You just want to eat and talk.
Yeah.
Now,
Why the big charade about how you don't need the money, you don't care about the money, that's not why you're doing this when we know that it is.
it gives me that Got the King Cobra vibes where, I don't really need your donations, but they are appreciated.
I'm just $300 in the hole right now, y'all.
Yeah, it gives
There
me
you
that
go.
old breezy begging fund.
The funny thing is about what Abby's saying here is that she has actually said that if she ever got demonetized, she would still do this anyway because she likes attention.
I don't believe her,
I don't either.
but I can't wait until she gets demonetized. That's coming soon.
Me too.
Some of the what I eat in a day are BS. You gotta. I mean, you have to. Okay, look at it this way. And this is not being rude because I'm a heavy woman. If you're like overweight,
Ma'am, you're kind of heavy.
and you're gonna be what I eat in a day, that's a general statement of like on average.
I am kind of heavy. I am literally 2.5, and she is literally 2.5 of me.
Foodie's kind of heavy, though. She's just slightly overweight.
See, that's true. She has no friends. She only interacts with Sala, and I think that is only when it has to happen. So that makes perfect sense.
Oh, okay. So Bridge makes a good point right there.
Yes,
And
she absolutely does.
let me ask, is Pete still live streaming?
Yes.
Then she's exactly right. Boom, she hit the head. I mean, because Pete's and Foodie pretty much the same thing. And Pete's lost all of his friends when he didn't spill the tea on Foodie, but he continued to go live because, well,
And he's tightened down things so much. He has so many words blocked. That her name is blocked. Muslim is blocked. Hijab is blocked. Foodie booty is blocked. Block. He has put all kind of shit in his block worded list because he doesn't want to talk about her at all.
oh,
He wants to get online and talk about his comic books and talk about his action figures and talk about dressing up as a chick, and then whatever else happens to float between his ears.
that worries me. Then that worries me even more because he's not worried about talking about Foodie, but if he's just gonna focus in on his comic books, dressing like a chick, and whatever floats his boat, then who is his audience? What grown people are his audience?
Incels just like him.
Hmm. So that one guy, his popcorn and his Vaseline jar.
Incels and women haters.
So one guy has got his 3 My Little Pony cum jars in the back, and Pete has his whole collection of 9 back there, shining everything off. Talking about you can't get them all half full at the same time like me. It's
There you go. Grateful said it.
Yeah.
Any little bit of a shred that was hanging on there, he
lost it. But that's his fault.
There you go. That's the 3 that are in his channel, right in his channel chat.
I'm sorry.
Okay, let's continue.
And you're gonna show that you're eating like a salad porridge for breakfast with chia seeds or something like this, a huge tuna salad for lunch, and then like a quinoa stew for dinner, and that's it. No Pringles, nothing after. You're full of crap. You're gonna be fat eating that, Merrick.
Now, I had to include that because when I started on this weight loss journey to lose all this hormonal weight that I've gained, I did a what I eat in a day video. And it was actually what all I ate that day. And I included everything, calorie total for the day, calorie for each thing. And it was actual food. but it was all food that I was eating that I made here. It was all high protein, low carb, no sugar. I mean, they're not all bullshit.
When's the last time you seen Foodie make anything?
Nothing.
Even in Kuwait. I mean, I know she was in the kitchen at one point, but did she actually make anything?
Not. She started.
Did she finish?
I don't think so, because she made the claim it was too hot to cook with the hijab on.
Mm-hmm. That's her fault. If she's at home in Kuwait, she could have easily taken off all her clothes and cooked butt naked.
The fact is, I included that because it's not bullshit if you're actually living the lifestyle attached to the food that you're showing people. Versus her talking about, well, you can't be fat eating like that. She does the exact same thing. She's talking about herself in this clip. Because she tries to claim, well, how do you know this ain't the only thing I've had to eat all day? I might not ate nothing all day, bitch, because we can look at how big your ass is and know that you have ate more than what you're showing us.
Ma'am, we can look at how big you are and know that you ate all damn day.
Right. And it's the same fucking thing with Amber Lynn, and I've done that on Amber Lynn too, because Amber Lynn tried to claim that she was doing OMAD and that all she was having to eat was this little dainty plate of shit that she ate on camera. And I broke it down. I said, ma'am, at your current height and weight, your minimum calorie amount to maintain your current weight is 3,200 calories. I said, the plate that you just showed us only equals about 250. So where is the other 3,000 calories coming from? I said, to break it down in terms that you understand, I said, I'll give you visual representation since you obviously don't learn audibly. And I put up there 3 20-count nugget meals, 3.5 20-count nuggets, because you know she loves her little 20-count nugget. Okay. I put something like 13 or 14 Twinkies.
Oh my
God. Yeah. I got real goddamn petty with it because that shit, if you're going to be honest, if you want to be fat, cool, be fat. But if you are going to say, you guys, this is all I ate today, bitch, we look at you, we see you. Just because you're delusional does not mean the rest of the great wide world is.
Now, see, at the point when I say that I think it's a good thing that Eugenia's channel even got taken down for the slightest amount of time, because that could set a precedence and get it taken down for good, whatever, who knows. But Foodie said it. They're on the opposite end of the spectrum. They both have problems, and
That's
Foodie's
true.
doing the same thing. She's trying to promote the fact that she can eat everything in sight and call it. She's just going to call it a mukbang.
That's true. We're getting to that. You know how I am.
Go for it. I love it. Go. I know you said that.
I came prepared today. When
I
I said I'm back and the sassy pants are on, they on tonight.
Oh, run with your sassy pants, run.
I got them hiked all the way up to my armpits today, girl. Let me tell you. Them bitches is clam diggers. I done pulled them up so high.
I'm ready.
All right.
Here's the thing. I don't mind parody. I don't mind funny. I don't mind somebody that puts into work, you know, if they're going to steal my content. What I mind is like some jerk who's like heavy as well, doesn't even show their face or body, and literally fat shames me the whole video and steals my content. That's what I have a problem with.
Who is she talking about? FDRC?
Yeah, she's talking about Frenchie.
Quit
but
it.
I included that so I could go, hi, Foodie.
Quit it.
Not only do I show my ugly mug, ma'am, but not only am I doing that, but I'm losing weight as I'm doing it. And I'm stealing your fucking content, and I'm making it better. How you like them apples, bitch?
Oh, she's just going to talk about you. She'll strike you sooner or later.
That's fine. Let her bring it. I'll take that little, and then I'll screen capture that double bird and I'll email that bitch to her. I don't give a damn. Let her try. I done said it. I ain't scared of not nary motherfucker on here. I don't care, man. This is a hobby. I ain't getting paid.
All right.
You know?
Hey, I got you. I understand. 100.
She was really nice. I mean, hey, if there was no drama, if they would have said, we're uncomfortable with you filming, ma'am, I would have said, okay, turn off the camera. I totally respect that. Whatever.
That's about the lady at the market, the one that was actually recording her. Because somebody in her chat said, well, how do you know if it was okay for you to record? And she was like, well, she was really nice, if there was a problem, if she had asked me not to, I would have respected it. I kept that because my thought process was, why didn't you fucking ask before you started recording this woman and that entire area?
Well, no. The karma came in when the woman started recording her back, and then she went and edited it out of her video. Why did you edit it out of a video if it was okay for you to film? Why is it not okay for her to film you if that's why is it done?
She actually made the claim that she left it in. She makes the claim that she left it in. But I mean,
is that after the archives just put her on blast?
I have no idea. I haven't looked to see yet, but I mean, God's honest truth. I mean, everywhere that I've gone that I filmed, I ask before I ever even turn a camera on. Like when I went to the zoological conservation place, the zoological center.
With the lemurs?
Huh?
With the lemurs?
Yeah, with the lemurs. With Lemmy the lemur up there. Yeah. I asked them, I was like, I'm not going to film anybody that works here because that would just be rude. But is it okay if I film the animals? Is it okay if I film walking around? And they're like, yeah, that's fine, but don't film anybody unless you have their okay. And I'm like, oh no, I won't do that. But I asked before I ever even turned a camera on, because that's just being polite and considerate, which we know she's lacking in
it's called common courtesy.
Yes, it is. And she doesn't know what that means. Which I find amusing because the one time that somebody caught her walking around in Ottawa, waddling to her car, she got all butthurt about somebody recording her without her permission.
Right. Doesn't that sound hypocritical?
Yes, 100%. It's just like, if it's good for the goose, it's good for the gander, baby. I mean, that's the least you can do would be to say, hey, is this okay? Like when the woman walked up to get her order, she should have pointed at that camera and said, is this okay? At the very minimum.
And the woman would have sat her in the corner somewhere where she could have filmed and been okay without filming everybody and putting everybody on blast. And then she could have seen the woman filming her from the front instead of the back. It would have been cool.
Well, even then, I mean, even if she had seen the woman filming her, she wouldn't have said nothing.
What can she say? Bring me more rice?
You know she's a puss. She don't do confrontation in person. Just like the lady on the street that told her she ate too much. She ain't say nothing to that woman. She you're right. But then proceeded to bellyache about being fat shamed for an entire video afterward.
She blamed it on Thai food, like she just got this big because of Thai food. That's what she did.
Right. She said, if I had a problem with being filmed, why would I leaving the woman staring at me? Because those are very different things. That's true. Let's see. Whoop, Oranges just said it. And she doxed herself that night telling the lie where she was getting her food from.
She sure did. She sure did.
And then wants to get mad when people triangulate where she's at, but she lets stuff like that slip. She irks me.
By the way, I want to put out a general disclaimer for those of you who are so excited every time you think I rage. raging and responding in a non-friendly manner to the BS that you put out, that's absolutely ridiculous, is not raging, okay? Because they mean, like, I watched the update today.
Oh, let me back up. That's the YouTube thing.
Now, I like how she's going to break down the difference between raging and responding angrily. She threw angrily in there kind of slow, but
Being angry and having something to say versus trying to attack people's appearance, people's motherhood, people's financial status, people's housing situation, people's age. That is what leads it from responding and being angry to a rage.
she does not understand that at all
Right.
because she rages in everything that she does.
Right. There is no angry response for her. She goes straight into cross the line into rage. And
She's got a real mean girl defense.
yes, she does. Yes, she
but
does.
She doesn't understand how opposite of a mean girl she is.
See, it's like she says, I love her explanations, especially the difference between a binge and an average meal and how new rules don't apply. Same thought process between responding angrily and a rage. Okay.
The binge and the average meal just threw me for a loop when, ma'am, there's no way you're going to tell me that 3 meals is normal for anybody.
Right. But, to help kind of
3 meals at one time, that is.
Right. Her differentiation between her responding angrily and a rage. I always look at myself and how I respond with things and stuff that I've put up. Would it be safe to say, because I know you saw that initial video that I did on Kaya, that would be responding angrily, would it not?
That would.
Okay. I did not discuss his appearance. I did not discuss her appearance. I did not discuss the fact that they live in a shithole. I did not discuss the fact that that she was a drug addict. I did not discuss any of that. I did not go personal. I discussed facts. I responded. I was pissed. I called their shit out. Even in the live where I went the fuck off for a few minutes, and God bless Abby, because Abby's like, Heather, if you need a break, you need a break. Because I'm going to tell you, Hannibal, I was so fucking angry that my hands were shaking. I was just like, I lost my shit for a minute. I went all the way off.
It's okay to let it out sometimes.
It don't happen very often because I don't like being that person. I don't like being angry like that, not to that level. But that brought that shit all the way out of me because I don't deal well with that sort of stuff. But what she's doing versus what I was doing, I would say my response was more of responding angrily. She goes right to attack mode. She attacks anything that she perceives would be a weakness on that person. That's what makes it a rage, which I don't think she kind of is able to correlate. She's lacking some intellectual quotient to be able to do that. Reactors have angry responses and they don't even cross certain lines. She just says what she thinks will hurt the other person. That's exactly it.
Yeah, she's a deflecting queen.
Mm-hmm.
She's a deflecting. She has no responsibility in this world. Everybody has done something to her. The only thing she takes responsibility for is she likes to eat and she likes to talk.
Right there. She says, oh, her defending herself moments.
Yeah, those are the ones.
Yep. And Blondie said it there, right there. But I have the same feeling about that I had about your girl that we talked about the other night.
Well, she always looks big and bad.
Well, but you know what she meant by that.
I do.
And I've said this about what's her face we talked about on the live. Mm-hmm. It applies to her and it applies to ALR. You can tell ain't none of these heifers been knocked in their teeth before from running that mouth so recklessly.
Oh my goodness. No, they've never been into a real street fight.
No. And I would love to see the reevaluation of their choices when it happens, because I'm going to tell you, it's going to be good.
Well, Foodie's 40. I don't see anybody attacking Foodie. Foodie's gonna attack herself. She's gonna have one of those Amber Lynn moments where that dangling ankle is gonna give out, and she's just gonna flip on over and flop around on the ground, rolling around like a turtle on his back, and all this kind of stuff. Salah's gonna be there. He's gonna show all of his manly muscles, where he picks up 5 pounds, because he's gonna pick up the emergency burger so the ants don't get to it. So at least Foodie can have a snack when she gets up off her back.
True enough. But here's the deal. The way I see it, Salah is basically the male version of her. He's all about running that gator and not them hands. And I'm waiting, because there's going to come a point that she's going to cross the wrong one, whether Salah's there or not, and she gonna get popped in her teeth. And what's going to happen is, if he moves to intervene, he's going to get popped in his. Oh, what? Abby said it. He'll be too busy filming it.
There it is. Okay, so we've watched Salah the entire time, film Foodie on these trips. Not once did he help her up the steps, hold her hands, give her guidance. Not once did he help her into the tuk-tuk. He didn't help her. He just filmed her. And it seemed like he was doing it.
And doing this at himself.
For the embarrassment of it all. Yeah. Oh, yeah. He had plenty of odd, fuckable moments in there where him and himself made out with and they all got it on. And yeah, how does she not recognize that this is not what real men do with their women? I mean, if it looked like she needed some help, a real man would have, hey, let me get that for you. Come on. Yeah. Let me help you up. You need the rest, baby. Instead, he let her walk up the steps, rest a little bit. I fucked himself on the way up so that he could then film her standing there resting on the pass.
Look at Abby. She tickles the shit out of me.
Yeah, he's not going to beat anybody with that 3 metal Jeet Kune Do.
I can almost imagine that Salah is going to be standing there waiting for the bow so that he can actually know that the fight is going to start.
Somebody's going to be smacked him down by then.
He's going to be like, you're supposed to bow first.
I got an idea. Salah's waiting for the announcer to say fight.
Right. And I'm going to say this. It don't matter how many belts old boy's got. There's going to be somebody who's more capable than you. You are never the biggest guy in the room. Never.
Hey, don't go to the gym and say that, because he'll throw 5 pounds in the air in an instant on you.
Well, I say that because there's plenty of people walking around with black belts and fuck you up that ain't never been in a dojo.
Well, hey, that's for Salah to fuck around and find out, isn't it?
Yep, and I'm hoping that gets caught on camera too, because I'm gonna be here for it.
No, I think
it's gonna embarrass him and her in the same go.
I think if we can somehow get Salah and teach him the words "world star," I think that we would have a hit. It'll be viral. If we could just teach him world stars, it's instead of saying like "Hi-Yo Silva away," just teach him world star. And he could just yell that out after Foodie videos.
Look at this. See, and this is why I love Abby. Abby just comes right on through. She just like, she don't care. That's why I love her. Let's see. Right, yeah. Blondie called it. That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, that's true.
Look, crab apples. That's funny.
No, I don't think Salah would. I don't think Salah would fight. I
No, I
don't
don't
think
think you would
Salah
either.
would fight. I think he sells a bunch of wolf tickets, like you said, always on that gator. But
Mm-hmm.
he's not a fighter. He's an eye lover.
Oh yeah.
So,
All right. Let's see where she heads next with it.
and could you
Okay.
imagine him trying to eye fuck himself with like one swollen eye because somebody done died? So it popped him in it. That'd be nasty. I don't want to see all pussy licking out his eyes and stuff. Well, he might like that. Never mind. Go ahead.
It's not raging, okay? Because they mean, like, I watched the update.
That's
today.
YouTube.
They mean, like, we're not going to monetize people binge eating, okay? So how can YouTube discriminate
Oh,
again?
God.
What's their guideline for what's a binge? You know, I think they mean if someone comes on and is like counting calories, if someone's coming on and like restricting calories, if someone's coming on and being like, okay, this is a binge and it's like 20 chocolate bars in a row. You know, if somebody names it a food challenge though, because there's no disordered association with food to it, so it's not the same. Yeah, I have an eating disorder, Danny. How do I have a right to eat, right? So how is YouTube going to watch me doing a mukbang of a totally normal portion or maybe a larger than normal portion and say that's a binge?
The fuck you mean?
Because I have binge eating disorder, I'm not allowed to eat on camera at all.
Continue where you were. Go ahead.
Hold on. It's so much mental gymnastics going on. I don't know if this is the Olympics or what, but
Oh yeah, man. She's
she's reaching.
She's working on the gold medal.
She's stretching here. She's stretching. No. Okay, so because you have an ED does not mean that you can't eat on camera, but still, if you have an ED, you recognize that you have an ED, you should be conscious about that. And if you're not educating the people about that ED, then it does appear when you eat meals that are made for a family of 6 in one sitting that this could be considered what most would call a binge.
So, okay, let me kind of hit upon something here because when I told you I came prepared, I came prepared.
Look at you, all organized and stuff.
All right, so old girl here talking about this. Remember, she complained about this. This isn't big enough. I would imagine that YouTube would probably reach out to a healthcare professional that specializes in this sort of situation as to what would be considered a binge and what would not. There are 2 qualifying factors. It has nothing to do exactly, they describe it as a large amount of food. But if you want to get right down to it, it would be more food than an average person would eat in a particular time frame. Okay? So there's that.
This is a binge.
This is a binge. And let me tell you how this qualifies as a binge.
Because she ate over 3 pieces in 5 minutes.
It's not only the amount of food that you eat, it's the amount of time that you eat it in.
Mm-hmm.
She ate this entire pizza within like a 10 or 15 minute time frame.
She ate the entire pizza in 10 or 15 minutes.
Yeah. And she does that with pretty much every fucking thing that she eats. The other thing that qualifies this, Lexi, stop jumping ahead. I'm getting there. Is the caloric amount. Okay. Thanks to Sansa Cooks, God bless her, she'd be out here doing the Lord's work on some of this stuff. Between this pizza and that bottle of Coke, that is a grand total of 2,096 calories in one sitting. When the calorie total equates or exceeds the daily caloric intake of a grown adult, that would qualify it as a binge. The average adult runs anywhere between $1,200 if they're on a weight loss journey, or up to $2,000 if they're trying to bulk up.
That's.
Your average those about 1,500.
I mean, I'm sitting here. I'm just now closing my jaw because you said 2,900 calories between this pizza and that soda alone.
Yeah.
And she ate it all within 10 to 15 minutes. It doesn't. I mean, the way that she's gobbling down food, 3 chomps and swallow, is her routine. She legitimately takes 3 bites and then she swallows and keeps talking. 3 bites, swallow.
Right. And then you see, and Abby was going there because this me and her has got some kind of psychic link thing going on, me and her. Because going back to it, and I haven't broke it down on Foodie because Foodie is completely dishonest about what her weight is anyway. Okay.
Foodie's 456 pounds.
Well, okay. Then let's do this. All right, so let's just do it. I don't want to use that one. Let's use this one. Let's see. She is 39, female. Let's say she's 5'1". Let's be kind. What did we say? 459.
Sounds great.
Calculate. She's going to have almost 2,700 calories a day to maintain her current weight.
And so that one meal would have taken care of her current weight, and then the extra meal she ate after that is just adding on.
Mm-hmm. And actually, it says daily caloric needs based on your activity level. Now, if she did very little exercise or no exercise at all, she would actually have to have 3,200 to maintain. Okay. This right here, this is how much her body is actually
just consuming. Is
the amount of energy that she needs at a resting temperature when her digestive tract isn't active for her to stay at the current weight. So if she sat there all day long and breathed in and breathed out and her heart beated and she didn't do anything, that would be that's non-digestion included. If she did not touch a thing and all she did, let's say she slept for 24 hours and that's all she did, she would have to have that 2,700 to stay at her current weight. Mm-hmm. So going back to this,
I may be able to eat one slice of that, maybe if I'm really hungry, maybe.
I say, but you got to keep into consideration too, all of this crust. This crust has all got cheese in it. That's why it looks the way it does.
That's the 9th cheese that she didn't count,
apparently, but that's not this. Despite her thought process on how small this pizza is, that is multiple meals in one sitting.
Oh yeah.
That is the equivalent of a full day for me. That's meals, snacks, anything that I drink like protein shakes, anything. That is a full day for me and then some.
Yeah, that could last me 2 days.
That's why this qualifies as a binge, despite her mental gymnastics. All right, I got another one. Because this one right here is fun. Okay.
Well, I know she's deleted a lot of them, but a lot of her old videos just come out and she says, well, I'm binging.
Well, she actually said, we haven't got to it yet in the video, but she says at one point, oh, they'll probably demonetize a lot of my old videos. Nah, boo-boo, they're going to demonetize a lot of your new fucking videos too because of this, okay? Take this one right here.
Candy. Oh, my God. Is that noodles?
That's noodles. That's a big-ass container of noodles.
That's a family-sized container of noodles.
Yep, okay. I could not find a calorie total on this damn thing. I looked all over God and creation. Okay. But what I was able to get the calorie totals on was everything else. All this shit right here.
Trust me, those noodles have a lot of sodium in it.
I know.
And the hot ones too, it looks like.
Yeah. Well, and they're really calorie heavy because they're nothing but carbs. But breaking it down for you, this piece of cheesecake right here has 340 calories. That chocolate milk that she's slurping, that's 360 calories.
Just the
Okay.
chocolate milk alone?
Yep.
Jeez.
That cheese toasty she's working on right that she's got in front of her. All right. 260 calories.
So we're up to about 1,000 already.
Yep, just under 1,000. Then the halal wieners that she loves so much because she can't have a real one.
Because Foodie loves those wieners. Couldn't help myself.
Amazingly enough, and I was shocked to shit. Only 190 calories for that whole package. That is probably
for one whole package. Oh, okay. I see the wieners in the back.
For the whole package, because they're basically like cocktail wieners or whatever.
She's used to those. Nada.
So
looking at you, but
so just this right here, just these few things that I was able to actually find the actual info on, that's 1,150 calories right there by itself. That's not including the noodles, which has an exorbitant amount of calorie count to it. All of this in one sitting, the total calorie count is what will qualify it. And the fact that she ate all this shit in one sitting in such a short fucking time frame is what's going to qualify it as a binge. That's what's going to fuck her up on these videos being demonetized.
I love it. I love it. I mean, continue on. Continue on. Carry on, Foodie. Make sure you eat more. Can you add a little bit more on it? Yeah, and I'm gonna say those noodles are at least between 700 to 900 calories. Just,
I mean, like if you look at the calorie total just on the stuff that I was able to actually get info on, okay, 1,150. Okay. When I said that the average adult ranges from 1,200 to about 2,000, that 1,200, that's people who are trying to lose weight. So what does that say? She's having that in one sitting. And that's, like I said, that's not even including the freaking noodles. But
in multiple sittings every day.
Yeah. And fun fact, just to give you an idea of Miss, I'm so active, I'm so this, I'm so at that, whatever, I'm doing so much. Just her little halal wieners, just those. In order for her to burn that off, okay, she would have to ride a bicycle for a half an hour.
She can't get on one.
Right? Well, if she were capable, 30 minutes.
She can't move 30 minutes at any given time.
I know. But just to put things in perspective, she would have to run for 20 minutes.
I'd like to see her run for 2.
Me too. But like I said, this is all for perspective.
Now, for perspective, this little zebra stripe blue thing she's got on, I believe that Bad Seed, if I'm not mistaken, it's either Bad Seed or Jericho D has on their community post the picture of Salah that took when she was sitting right across from her, and she's busting loose out of this thing right here. I'm telling you, buttons are going to be the next bullets when being around her.
I told you she's gonna have to have her a first aid kit and some eye patches. Last one, you know how she loves to talk about when she was back in the fart box. She used to love to talk about, I've been so busy cleaning, y'all. I've been so busy cleaning, I worked up a sweat. Okay, are you ready? For just them halal wieners, she would have to clean for 1 hour and 10 minutes to burn those off.
She can't clean for 5 minutes. Good God,
I know.
Foodie, you're doomed with halal wieners.
I know it. And, and here we are. This is okay. And then now on this one, Why does it keep? Oh,
Could
okay.
you imagine Salah coming in the house, finding Foodie bent over the couch somewhere with a halal wiener stuck out of her mouth, and she done gagged and choked because she can't stuff but one and two in her mouth at the same time, and she got like four in there. Damn it, Foodie.
Hannibal,
I'm sorry. My imagination.
read that comment.
Wiener. I'm sorry. I was expecting a Lion King response. Wiener. Ooh.
Heather, I love you. You were so demented, and that's why we're such good friends. She is such a goofball. Now, I mean, this right here, you're talking about 1, 2, 3 meals.
Those are meals. Not to mention, are those mushrooms or is that chicken on the stick over there?
That is actually that's a form of meatball. Sansa actually did a video on it, actually saying that Foodie didn't even really eat them correctly because, like, that sauce packet that she opened, that
You're
she
supposed to-
poured part of, she poured some on here, she poured some on her rice, and then she poured a little tiny little bit right there. But you're actually supposed to pour that whole packet over those
Yeah, that's what I thought.
kebabs. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's what I thought. Wieners. So, so this is 3 whole meals right here.
Yeah.
That's 3 whole meals. What's on the other side of the water?
That's the other part of the package where she had like napkin and fork, and that it's like she opened one this way, like one opened this way. She's got one open this way, and then she's got one open this way. So she's got like one pointed like that, one pointed like that, and the other one pointed like that.
Okay, just open lids. I see.
It's basically she had more product than that tray that tray was equipped size wise.
This is her carry around tray.
Look at Blondie. Look at Blondie coming through with a big brain.
Told you. I called it. Yeah. My guesstimation.
Almost almost 2,000 calories, in one friggin' sitting, and that's what's gonna hem her up.
This is another 2,000. Easily. You got rice and noodles.
Oh yeah, rice, noodles. I mean, more than heaping portion of rice.
I think it's incredible because I feel like when I go to the buffet and I have 2 or 3 plates that I've done some damage. But in reality, I haven't done anything. I've just nibbled off of this and tasted this and sampled that. I still got a plate full of food when it's left over. She legitimately eats everything in sight.
Yeah, Hannibal, you done made Heather's night.
I'm glad I could help.
Let's see. But her gluttony isn't haram, guys.
Oh, it most certainly is, but we're not going to talk about that.
She had a backup bag of meatballs.
And don't forget, she's the one that carries emergency sandwiches like Napoleon Dynamite.
There you go. Well, Heather, you need to add Hannibal's channel to your list because me and him have a whole discussion once a week called the Salty Balls Panel. I figured that would probably be right up your alley.
Yeah, we're going to work on that. We're going to tighten that up.
It did go a little off the rails.
It did, but that's okay.
But that's okay.
It was fun.
But hey, the way I figure it, that's sort of what happens when you kind of open things up for various people to come on. It is what it is. I mean, you just kind of roll with it,
Yeah, man. We're just gonna again tighten it up.
Oh, see, Orange just made a good point. She ate some of Salah's macaroni and cheese in that binge too.
Wait, she's still eating his food too?
He apparently brought her some for her to try, and there was like 3 big old spoonfuls of it.
Good God. He's a feeder. I think he's enjoying it because he has full control over everything.
Oh yeah. No question.
He has full control over everything. So he can go out basically as he wants. He can do as he pleases. And she can't really track him down or follow him down other than to say, send me pictures of where you are. Sit there and be mad. Order some food and eat. What are you going to say? That's why I think she looks a little bit surprised sometimes when he comes sneaking in at 3, 4 in the morning because I think they catch each other by surprise. I think she's sitting here filming and doing the stuff in the middle of the night, especially when she was in Kuwait. And he was coming in at 3, 4 in the morning. And she was just sitting up waiting on him.
Yeah.
And
Well,
she was talking to her friends waiting.
Listen to look at Travis's perspective on that. The fact is, I think
I
realistically,
agree with Travis.
yes, he is, but I think it comes with a secondary effect of WAB.
WAP?
B.
Oh.
It's its own syndrome. I've developed it. I've patented it. It's called weak ass bitch syndrome. He has no spine.
It can still be WAP. Hey, y'all blame Cardi B for that. I'm sorry. So yeah, I can see WAB. WAB. I can't say that. I can't say that. Yeah, I don't think he's weak. I think he's got a plan. I think he's executing his plan to the fullest. And I think he's got people that likes the humiliation. And I know he loves the fact that we're talking about it. He's giving us angles we haven't seen with Foodie in ever.
I mean, true enough. I mean, that, but I think too that whole weak ass bitch thing is part of the game because, I mean, if he doesn't do what she wants, then it turns into more of a conflict than he's willing to deal with. I mean, look at how quickly he folded on this. You need to be on a diet.
He folded on the traditional Muslim thing too in the very beginning, very quickly as well.
Yep.
I think that behind the scenes, she's a little bossy, to say the least. She's
the one wearing the pants in that relationship. Despite her turning over money, control of the channel, control of who's in her chat, control of it all, she's the one guiding this helm here.
I don't know. I think the question is
I say that because of the two, she is the dominant personality. He's not. Because he's the one parroting everything that she says, not the other way around.
Well, he's doing that because of her audience. He hasn't got an audience. He's never had an audience, and he's stealing and taking her audience, basically. Who was watching him game before?
Nobody.
And now he's got like 100, 200, 300 people in there watching him game.
Yeah.
All because of her, basically.
Yeah. Yeah. All right. Let's see what else she's gonna say.
Same thing with Eugenia Cooney. Okay, she's like at the other end of the spectrum of eating disorder.
Mm-hmm. I agree with that, and I agree with Travis.
I saw the most disturbing. I hate seeing these on TikTok of a person who had an account on TikTok coming for Eugenia, like wanting to deplatform her, and she was like really disgusting about it, like saying, "Don't worry, her problem. Like she should be off of YouTube. You know, she should be off of TikTok. She should be deplatformed." She's glorifying, her reasoning was she's glorifying her eating addiction, her eating disorder. One, no, she doesn't. Because she literally, people have had to pull teeth, literally, to get her to acknowledge a little bit that she has an eating disorder.
Is that what happened, Foodie? Is that why you're missing the little baby teeth in the back? They had to pull them to get you to admit that you have an eating disorder? I understand. You projecting a lot. Go ahead. I'm sorry, Sati.
It's the arguments that she uses for herself. She's doing the same thing that she always does. It's like the whole scenario with Cyrax. That's what led her into the Cyrax bullshit. She delved into this Cyrax thing because of online bullying, because she's online bullied and it's not right.
Nobody's bullying her though.
Right. And see, and grateful says it truthful, 100% grateful. There are so many people that have issues that are triggered by this, by her, by Eugenia. It applies.
Correct.
Here's the other thing, and I wish I could fucking find it because I would have clipped the hell out of it. There was somebody in Foodie's comment section that said, "You eat so much that I don't eat because something along the lines of, I literally go without eating because you eat so much that it affects me."
I wish I could find. I wish somebody would. You have that? You have a clip of that?
I don't. I saw it, but I will fucking find it. I will find it.
That needs to
Because
be. I would
that
love
to
to put
me,
that on my community wall. Just hey, look at this.
that to me should be enough right there to disqualify her for monetization. When her choices and the stuff that she shows causes people to have those kinds of reactions, then she should not have a platform. Neither should Eugenia. It applies across the board. It doesn't matter that Eugenia is anorexic or that she's a binge eater or whatever the hell. The fact is what you're saying, what you're doing, what you're putting online does affect people, whether you want to acknowledge that or not.
Correct.
And that is, and I am ready for the fuck around to turn around into a find out. I'm ready for it. And I'm going
It's slowly coming. It's slowly coming. And I think we're seeing the beginning of it right now because I'm going back to, I believe 100% that she's trapped. I don't think that she can just leave whenever she wants to leave because she would have been gone.
True.
Completely over this, ready for. And let me throw this off in there. Wasn't there a hamster and a cat that she left in Kuwait?
That she supposedly had been taken care of.
Right. But no. Who's going to keep your hamster and cat for a month while you are in Thailand?
Nobody, unless you're paying them.
Which is extra money that you currently possibly may not have. I think there's a visa issue. I saw a long report of what was sent to the Kuwaiti government about Foodie.
We talked about that.
And we did, didn't we? Yes, we did. I think it's more real than we're gonna try to think it is. And I think that they may have halted. Hey, just wait a minute. Just wait 1 second while you're over there. But there's several reasons that they would, if they came across and found out that she's misusing her visa for whatever reason because she didn't stay long enough in Canada the original time and came back too quick, could have been a reason as well, if they discovered that.
Okay, Amethyst has got a solid question.
Uh-oh.
And I understand the position, Amethyst, but here's the difference. Okay. With your TV shows, your movies, things of that nature, those are rated for age groups. YouTube and TikTok are not. If they were going to allow monetization on those channels, that's fine. But they need to make it where people who are not of age cannot access them. That's where a lot of the problem is. And I can guarantee you, just because, take my video, Hannibal's videos, her videos, just because you mark, no, this is not made for children, does not mean that a 10-year-old, a 12-year-old, a 14-year-old can't access them. There needs to be some sort of barrier there that limits the consumption by children or anyone of an impressionable age group. That applies to her and to Eugenia.
I mean, that's an interesting question, and I love it. And it's a double-edged sword because just like a 10, 14, 16-year-old person can access Foodie and Eugenia's content, they can also access any R-rated movie out there,
Right.
any X-rated movie out there,
True.
anything else out there. Today is completely different from, especially when I grew up, when you had to go and search and hunt for these things underneath the bed or in somebody's closet of their old dad or whatnot. But
Right. And see, and Bridget gets where I'm coming from. They can still age restriction. You know, there needs to be some sort of safeguard in place. You know, I mean, I'm not trying to say, I mean, realistic, okay, censorship in itself is a very
yeah, it's very touchy. It's very touchy.
very touchy sort of thing, because I mean, we know, those of us that are full ass grown adults that have been around, forgotten forever since the internet was created, there's always going to be bigoted assholes online, just like there has been on YouTube and is on other. Prime example, and I'm going to throw the name and anybody can clip it and send it to him. Negs, prime example. Okay. Shanny, prime example. Bigoted assholes who fuck around with people, who mess with people's lives, who are scum. Okay.
You can just add Foodie off into that. She's done every last thing that you just said.
But the fact is, yes, freedom of speech and all of that stuff. Cool. I get that. Fine. But that doesn't really absolve you of responsibility for what you put out there.
Well, Foodie's so delusional, and she's
SH is on my wavelength today.
She's so delusional. She thinks it's okay to put this information out there.
Mm-hmm.
She thinks it's okay for her to be able to drop this content because, again, as we see in this video, she's excusing it all away.
You see that?
No, I don't see that. I got my Ray Charles on.
Just a heads up with Heather. If I'm cool with you, then she's gonna treat you the same way she treats me, and she loves to terrorize me. So you're fair game now too.
It's all good.
She's good people. She just silly.
I don't mind being terrorized. It's happened.
Hers is all in good fun rather than being a pain in the ass, though.
Personal binges. Just because you say it's a binge doesn't mean it's a binge. So the same logic. Actually, I know myself a lot more. I live with my eating disorder. You don't. You know? Actually,
isn't that enough right there to get you like gone?
You think?
Isn't that enough right there? Look, I got an eating disorder, and here, watch me gobble 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 gobble.
Mm-hmm.
No. Okay, I don't know. I mean,
personal size pizza is a binge? No, binging is not just how much you eat. That's not only what a binge is. Okay,
ma'am, that was a medium pizza. That was a complete medium pizza with thick crust and cheesy fillings. You added ketchup, which is your veggie. I got you.
We've already debunked her fuckery.
So, how is she? Again, this is justification.
Yep.
How does she find the time to fit into this stuff that she puts on every day? How many hours does it take to get into this for her?
I don't know.
Is this supposed to be trying to keep it form fitting or something? I mean, how about?
I got to say, this is the first time I've ever seen a bodycon abaya.
It just looked like she tore a hole in some pantyhose. That's all I've got a face stuck through. The worst robber ever.
Man,
I'm gonna do for Eugenia. Is that gonna get her to stop? Is that gonna get her to stop? Are you gonna cure her eating disorder by deplatforming her? No. That's discrimination against people with eating disorders. People with eating disorders have a right to a platform, putting the onus on the influencer, who by the way doesn't owe you anything. We don't owe you anything to raise your kids. We're not influencing your kids. We don't owe you anything. We have the right to a presence with an eating disorder on a platform. That's how it goes. Sorry.
Who is she arguing this for? Is she? I mean, nobody's saying that people with ED don't have a right to the platform. We're just saying that people with ED should be more conscious of the things that they're putting on the platform. Is what that boils down to. So, how did she get this? How did she come here? Not Yeezy hijabs.
well, here's the deal. This is her being butthurt and fucking unnerved and terrified over this change to the YouTube policy because now she's feeling threatened.
But okay,
That I don't do this for money. I don't care about money. Why are you mad that this change is in place? Because it's going to fuck with your money.
Right, you took the words right out of my mouth. That's one. And two, well, she was doing mukbangs for real. She had a little theme going on, whether it was appropriate or not. Pink hair this time, 50s theme one time. I remember she did like the little Pulp Fiction theme another
the
time.
Titanic one. Mm-hmm.
Right. Yeah, that was content. Appropriate or not, it was content. What she's doing here, I'm sorry, this is not content. This is not a mukbang as anybody's gonna consider it. And we're just slowly, I mean, let's face it, let's call it what it is. We're just watching her kill herself. We're watching her off herself. We're watching her eat herself into the same state that Life by Jen did. And you would think that would be an eye opener for her.
No, because I've said this before with Life by Jen, with ALR, with Hungry Fat Chick, up until that point, and she probably still does now. She doesn't think she's as far gone as they are. She considers herself better than them.
But Hungry Fat Chick has lost over 50 pounds.
I agree. Things are in a shift now. Right. Foodie thinks she's fucking invincible. Okay. Because she's had too much be allowed to go on for too long. She views herself as better because she has been smaller than every single one of those other girls until now. That's the way it reads.
When has she been smaller than?
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Well, I guess she was smaller than ALR, wasn't she? She's about 200 pounds smaller than ALR, huh?
She was. Them two, the way things is, well, I say that.
She might be bigger than ALR.
They was fixing to be running neck and neck for who's in first, but ALR's little 30 pounds that she claims to have lost, she's already said she's gained every bit of that back.
No.
Shocker.
No, not at all. It was water weight.
Because, dear God, I said it, there ain't no way in hell your ass is doing OMAD. There is no way in hell. And there is no way in hell that she was fasting 16 hours a day. No way in hell.
ALR?
Yeah.
No. Mm-mm. I had so many words come out my mouth that didn't. Mm-mm. No, she didn't. Not a sucker's born every minute.
Hey, here's you another one.
It was wiener weight. No, it was not. It was not wiener weight. Oh, she got big balls though, so it could be ball weight.
Possible. She's just got an innie, that's all.
That's definitely an outie. It's slapping her on the knees.
No, talking about her pecker.
Oh,
She's got an innie.
I was talking. Never mind.
Amethyst makes a good point. She says, I think YouTube lets Foodie continue because it's not just her channel. It's all the reaction channels that actually make more money for YouTube than just her one channel, which is a valid point. At the same time, though, I think we can safely say that if they cut her, that will not stop the money train for them because she will end up somewhere else. When her channel was down and she was jumping from Periscope to fucking OnlyFans to Twitch to wherever, people were still reacting.
Not only that, there's just too many people out there to react or respond to.
Right. There's
So-
always somebody.
She's found herself in the limelight not because of her weight, but because of her personality, which is shit and crappy.
Oh,
And the
yeah.
things that she says and takes no responsibility for, then it's hard to fathom as a grown individual, as a grown adult that's had responsibilities, that this individual has somehow blindly made it through life being very irresponsible. And keep in mind, she didn't have anything. She has very bad credit. She owes the people, the taxing government in Canada where she's from.
Oh, she claims that just because she left Canada that didn't follow her and that she's working on it. There's
Well,
a whole
what-
nother section talking about that later on.
That's a contradiction, though. How can you leave it and it not follow you, but then you are working on it? What are you working on if it didn't follow you? When you say it didn't follow you, it makes it look like it disappeared. You're just saying that what didn't follow you.
It's basically out of sight, out of mind. But she made the claim that she's working on it. So yeah, I don't believe that.
What does that mean? Okay, I'm listening.
In her mind, God's honest truth, her just talking about it is her working on it. That's
You
the way
think
she functions.
So if
Just
you think
like
about it,
her talking about losing weight is her doing it, her
Oh.
working on it.
yeah, okay. So it's been talked about, that it's being done. I
Her
got you.
talking about her binge eating disorder is her working on it.
You want to start looking into other platforms and branching out because YouTube is very strange with their terms and conditions, or their terms and conditions, whatever, their community guidelines. They don't enforce them when it matters, and they let people get away with harassment and bullying full force for years on their channels. Personal attacks are over. It's allowed. Just downgrade your life if you have to. Live within your means is one of the most important things. You don't need a new iPhone if you can't afford it.
The problem she's going to have is starting on a new platform. If she didn't learn the first time that she got yeeted off of YouTube,
It did not go the way she wanted it to, and it won't.
and it won't. It's hard. It's hard to start over, and not everybody's going to follow her to a new platform.
No, they're not. I mean, realistically, and I say this from the perspective that I'm in. I mean, this is not a fucking sprint. This is a marathon. I mean, realistically, the only reason that I think as many people subscribe to me right now is because of people like you and Sarah and Erie and all these other various people that I've interacted with. If it weren't for that, I would probably have 5 people.
There's nothing
This
wrong
is
with a little
something that
networking.
takes, huh?
Nothing wrong with a little networking.
Right. Well, I agree, but with the type of environment that we're in, it is, and I hate to say it, and it's going to sound bad, but it is what it is. It is very sort of cliquish to an extent.
Mm-hmm.
because of the type of people that we have had migrate through that have come in and have been very shady, have done very dark things, who are just overall shitty human beings.
Yeah.
That it closes off the audience until they get a sort of nod from somebody. I'm noticing that. And even then, to that extent, there's a certain amount of time and a certain amount of you have to kind of collect the nods. Because take a look at Monty as an example. Monty brought in Buddha Bitch. And Buddha Bitch turned out to be a psychopath. He brought in Timberly. Timberly turned out to be a scammer. Okay. Then you've got so many of these ones that they give a nod to somebody and then they turn out to be a total shitheel. And then everybody's like, whoa, what the? And how it is that the original person actually has not caught any sort of backlash on that is beyond me. Like, as an example, God's honest truth. If something happened between me and you, not that it will, but if something happened on my end and people turned to you and said, Hannibal, did you know any of this? Dude, she was hanging around with you. Did you know any of this? Or if I said or did something that was unjust or inappropriate, I would expect you to say, that was not okay. I apologize for bringing her into our sphere. If I'd had any inclination, they would have never been allowed access. Monty's deal, though, is Monty turns along with the rest of the crew and says, I knew that about them all along.
That's the Timber example, yeah.
Timber,
Buddha, BBW Veronica.
Yep, every single one.
Hannibal.
Don't be like that.
He said the same about me. Don't worry about it. I started off on Monty's panel. I mean, I thought he was okay, and then all of that stuff fell down where he was some kind of creep in the backgrounds, and I was like, nope. Don't want to associate with that. Don't want to have no parts of it. And of course, he said that he made my channel at one point because I was on his panel. And I would, again, argue the fact that I made his panel versus him making my channel. But
another one, Gary. I don't know if him and Gary are on good terms, but I know that they parted ways.
So, I mean, it's a very cliquish community, like you said, but
yeah. Well, I mean, realistically, and I understand like how it is that me and you correlate. That makes sense because a lot of the perspectives that we have is really more based in like the knowledge versus just making fun of somebody. I mean, realistically, I do make fun of people. I will not deny that.
Right. Realistically, the job that I have, it allows me, it almost demands me make fun of people to keep my sanity because people I work with are just, man, stop it. Y'all are crazy.
Right. But I mean, we have kind of a, look at this. Look at Heather.
Oh, she's funny.
I've been said to her before that she should video her life because she's got a whole cast of characters that live in the house with her that are all just as crazy as she is. And
just make a sitcom. It'll work.
Yeah, man, it would be off the chain. I mean, they are just, all of them, they are just pure. I have gone over there and just stayed over there for like 2 or 3 hours. And it's just nonstop entertainment free of charge, don't cost me a thing. And actually, they feed me and give me stuff to drink while I'm there, so I don't have to pay a dime for anything.
Sounds like a great time all the way around.
Yeah, man. Um, the whole family, her parents, her grandparents, all of them just trips, every single one. And I'm gonna tell you, I mean, when I say that I think me and you, our sort of interactions are different. I mean, number one, we have a good time, which is great. Number two, because of I think what we do for a living, we're really kind of geared more to interact professionally with each other. Does that make sense?
It does.
We really don't tend to take things personal, which I think is a huge deal, because that's a lot of what I do see from watching from the outside and now from seeing stuff from the inside. There is a lot of taking things personal when it really doesn't need to be.
And I can agree with that.
You know,
And
and
that's why I look at things as a joke, and I enjoy the back and forth banter. And of course, I'm a man. I'm a guy. I play games, so gamers, we have a different kind of lingo. But for the most part, no, I'm gonna throw back what I get thrown.
well, I mean, I realistically, when I say take things personal, I mean, it's okay.
Uh-oh, here we go. Don't do
And
it.
this is not related to anything recent. You know what I mean? Because this has been ongoing since I started watching. People falling out, releasing DMs, people talking shit back and forth at each other, going through other channels to talk shit at one another, and stuff like that. You know, what specifically you're referring to, I do give credit because that was dealt with individually, one-to-one. That's cool. That I'm down for. If I do something wrong, come tell me. I'm all for that, because I may not even realize that I've said something out of pocket. But the taking things peripherally to bring it back around, that's the part that I haven't really been able to really jibe with. It's kind of like people use like this knucklehead right here. That's another thing that bothers me. Taking the audience and using the audience to do the dirty work, going at who you're bothered by.
It's a lot of that happens because people are deeply in their feelings about this stuff, and it's again very opinionated. And you don't have to like everybody's opinion. You don't have to agree with everybody's opinion, but you have to understand this. When you start this, everybody's going to have an opinion about you, regardless of what you feel or what you think. And that's where Foodie, that's where a lot of these other people who share their lives on the line, they can't understand that, Shanae included. They can't get the fact that when you are putting this online, somebody's going to have an opinion about you. And undoubtedly, it's going to come to the fact that you're not going to like somebody's opinion about you. You don't have to agree with it. And you can say whatever you want in response. And learning the hard way, you don't always have to respond to people. You can let them have their opinion, no matter how stupid it may be or how crazy they sound with it. You can let them be a dummy on their own. You don't have to respond to everything, but it's hard. I understand it's hard.
Well, I mean, and I say that, you know, as somebody who, I mean, yes, I do this stuff, but as you see, I do personal stuff. I have no qualms about sharing things with people. And I know that not everybody's going to like me. And I have said it before. You know, the fact is I am not made for everybody. People either love me or they hate me. There's really no gray area. It's either one end or the other. And I actually talked about the celebrity juicer thing, the comment that I made to you about. I was like, this dude right here, he just don't like me. I mean, not that I care, but I was just, it was, I mean, I had seen little things said along the way, but like he called me a gay shamer at one point. And that's like when I was talking about that gay men have such great fashion sense. Then at one point, like when we were talking about the botulism, and you asked me, what is botulism? And I started breaking it down. He was like, we know what botulism is, Dr. Salty. And I was just like, I didn't say nothing. But when I made a comment at one point about, with when y'all were asking how it is that Shanae got pregnant, I said, well, hey, enough alcohol in a dark enough room will make anything happen. He was like, is that an offer? I was like, really?
I didn't see any of this. I'm so sorry.
It's okay. It's totally fine. But all I could think is, I was like, I was sitting, when I said to you, I was like, he really doesn't like me, and I get it. I'm not for everybody, but is that your whole point in coming into these panels, so that you can try to
Well,
get a rise out of me? Because
I
you're
will
not going to
say,
get it.
I will say yes, that is some people's whole point, is to come into panels. I'll give you one in particular. Jan comes into my panel and under all kinds of sock accounts just to say things to me because she doesn't like me for whatever reason. And I threw her off of my panel that one time because I didn't want to have that whole back and forth rigmarole conversation with her, because I'm not going to be as nice with her as I am going to be with other people. So I went ahead and eliminated that situation altogether. And I can agree that there's a lot of communities that will mob after you for your opinion and how you feel in this cliquish sort of community. But I
Well, and
think that, oh,
I,
go ahead.
I can kind of, and Abby's, see what Abby's saying here. And that may be the case. I have been told that I can be a lot for some people. I actually had a gentleman put it to me in a very, very, very nice way, actually. He was like, man, you come in here and your personality takes up 3/4 of this room. And it can be a little intimidating, which, it's fine. You know, um, that he wasn't the first person that's ever told me that, but I mean, I don't expect to come in this being loved or liked, and Abby, hey, let me find it. Let me find it, because she just said, right, Abby is proposing to me. So now she has two spouses, me and you.
There
Um,
we go. Yeah, good job, baby.
we're going polygamy style. Let's do it. Um, the fact is that, I have said it multiple times, you really don't owe your devotion to anybody, especially not to people online that you have never met, probably never will, and who hold no daily actual effect on your day-to-day life. And that's the part of things that I really have trouble wrapping my mind around, if that makes any sense.
No, it makes perfect sense. Like things that are said, I hope people don't think that I'm losing sleep over that. Like, again, I can
Right.
only tell you thanks for the advertising.
Well,
So,
I mean, at this point, I haven't really got to that where people are saying anything about me, because I'm a little nobody in this game,
oh,
you know.
don't worry. Just because you're hanging around me, it'll be sooner or later.
Well, I'm God's honest truth. I was really kind of waiting for it, because between Bali and Breezy, I figured one of them would try to come slick of the mouth in some kind of way. But amazingly enough, there hasn't been a peep.
Good deal. Bally is so
Um,
focused in on Breezy right now because she thinks that she's the hottest content creator out here, and she's finally letting her love for Breezy show. Breezy, on the other hand, is again all caught up in her boycott, and now she's not even paying attention to Bally. But Bally will have a field day with this, and that's pretty much where Bally is at this point. No, nobody pays attention to Bally anymore. She's got pretty dry content, full of trolls over there in the chat, and they just wait for her to get drunk and rant. That's Bally. Ta-da! Bally.
well, I mean, I've already said I'm prepared for her. I've anointed my doorways with oil, and I have holy water. She can't scare me.
Well, she wouldn't come in there no way. You don't have no alcohol.
That's true.
So
And add to it, she comes into my house. There's 2 alcoholics in the same room. That makes it an AA meeting. She don't want a part of that.
no, she'll leave. She'll call it Uber. She'll get Steve to go. Well, no, Steve's gonna leave her there.
True. Realistically, I think a lot of it is because, like, my personality in relation to that has a lot to do with the fact that, I've been called every name in the book, in person, not in person. And there isn't too much that anybody could actually say about me that would cause me some sort of visceral reaction. The only time in years that has happened was with a patient, and it was right after my mom died. And he said, and everybody's going to be like, what? And I told Heather about it at one point. He was an asshole right off the get-go, but he said, yeah, I heard your mom died. She probably killed herself because she's got a bitch for a daughter. And I'm going to tell you,
Oh, he would have had air in his tubes.
it took everything in me to turn around and walk out of that room. I mean, everything in me. That the good Lord was like, we're fixing to test just how strong your resolve is, little girl. And I'm going to tell you, I went to the DON and I said, I hope you got somebody to work that room. I said, because if I go back in there, I said, y'all are going to have me walked out of here in handcuffs. I said, because I will knock him in his fucking face. And then I told her, I said, I'm going on break. And I went out to the car and I cried for 30 minutes. Because that was 2 weeks after she died. And that was like the second shift that I had been back on at work after she died. And I left that night. And before I left, I wrote my resignation and I turned my resignation in. And I stayed out of work for like 3 months because of it. The fact is, I don't care what you say about me. I don't care what you say to me, but there are lines, and that was one. And I hate that I even shared that, because the God's honest truth, I have no doubt that somebody like her would attempt to use that, because she's done it with FFG.
Mm-hmm. She's done it. And I'm sorry to hear that somebody said that to you, because that is hell waiting for him.
Well, the fact is that he was the male version of her. He could not even turn his own ass over in the bed. He could not see his dick anymore. He was a demanding 2-brain-celled fuckwad. And I kept all that in mind up until that point. So he's living his hell. I'm not worried about it now. But in the moment, that was an entirely different scenario. But anything else, I don't give a shit. Say what you want, But I am not going to get into a personal back and forth over stuff that doesn't matter, especially not stuff on here. I just don't see the need to invest that much into it. As crazy as that may sound. Here I am, and we're 3 hours in, I've invested 3 hours of my life, but I'm not going to get that emotionally invested. There are a lot of people that...
You're not going to sit up at night and cry?
Absolutely not.
It's not going to troll your mind. You're not going to have like...
Absolutely not. If anything, it'll be like... I know you've seen that meme. How do you sleep at night knowing that people don't like you? And it's like, with no underwear on, bitch, so you can kiss my ass.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Mine's the one was real petty. Got a smile on his face as he sleeps.
Right. And and it's fine. I'm waiting for it. Like I said, right now, I'm just a nobody. I'm a little nothing amidst the greater goldfish in this pond. I'm a guppy.
And see, that's why I think that you're wrong. I think that you're just somebody waiting to be found by everybody else. So enjoy this little bitty time, because when you blow up, it's going to be a lot different.
Well, and believe it or not, you're actually not the first person that has said that to me. I've actually had it said to me in the comments. They're like, I'm glad I got in here on the ground level because it's not gonna take you long. And they're like, you're gonna blow up almost instantaneously, and people are not gonna know what to make of you because you're different. And I'm just like, I don't really think I'm that different, but okay.
You give intellectual, raw, straight to the point opinion with some good medical facts involved in it, and you can have a decent discussion and go all the way around. It's very different from what you got out here right now.
But we know. Come on. We're snoozers. We are too educated. We want too badly to be intellectual, remember?
Oh, are we? Yes, right. Too smart for our own damn good. I can't.
I'm sorry, I had to.
I love the pettiness. Okay, we got 2 minutes. Let's go.
You know I love picking at you.
You don't need another new car. I'm telling you, no matter how many.
Oh, before I apologize.
Was that the humble arc where you got everything and I'm so blessed and you don't need this?
It gets better. It gets better.
God, Foodie.
You don't need another new car.
Oh, son of a biscuit eater.
I think if you have to live within your means is one of the most important things. You don't need a new iPhone if you can't afford it. You don't need another new car.
Did you just tell us to live within our means as you have been living in Kuwait, flying to Thailand? You don't have a job, no real income. YouTube is the best you got. And then you have to perform like some kind of circus animal in order to get that money every month.
Well, I'll tell you why I clipped that. You don't need that new iPhone. Bought Sala a new iPhone. Bought a brand new Samsung. You don't need a new car. Bought Sala 2 new cars since she's moved.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Heather says we talking too expensive.
Oh. Yeah.
And Bridget coming through. I love Bridget. I love Bridge.
Thank you, Bridget. Thanks for the advice.
Bridge, God's honest truth, honey. I know me and you have just gotten familiar with each other, but girl, let me tell you, I do. You want to see me, and Hannibal shared it on his channel. I'm surprised I didn't hear more about that, but the video on Kaya.
Yeah, you went in.
I was just, it made me angry. Couldn't help myself. I don't cuss a lot, which is, pretty good given the fact that I've spent so much time around prisoners that I cuss like a sailor when I'm at work. But, I try my best not to, That's cute, Heather. Ooh,
look at this face. Look at this face. It looks that she's got here.
Smug as fuck, dude.
Yeah. I can't wait for that reality check.
Look at Abby. Abby going petty.
I caught myself. Before I did it. Okay. I'm ready. I'm not looking at chat. I'm ready.
But that whole thing with the whole you don't need, that's funny. That's pretty sanctimonious from somebody who's been blowing.
It is very sanctimonious.
Not going to see the end of it.
And she's still blowing money. Living outside of her means.
Oh, yeah.
Stuck in Thailand.
Oh, yeah. Tell me that, don't talk to me about being grateful for shit and how you don't need things when you're spending more money on this stay than most people are capable of spending to go on 2 vacations or more. I just can't. I just can't.
I'm sorry.
She's done got a read on you. Isn't that funny?
Let's do this. All right.
I'm telling you, no matter how many bankruptcies, no matter how much you've had, there's always going to be a bank that will loan you money, okay?
No, it will not. No,
she can speak from experience on that.
Ma'am, that's going to come to an end. And I mean, the interest rates are going to be so high, it's not even going to be worth it, to be honest with you. It's going to be like a loan shark.
Yeah. Leg breakers.
That God is profiting off of you and your struggles after her mom. Did you hear about her mom? Why she's so actually, Lexi? Yeah, I saw that. Like, I was watching Yo Mama and she came on and I was like, oh God, I can't stand her voice. But like, how disgusting that your mother just passed away and you're just like, you go on a stream and like take it out on me. Like, especially.
Hold on. Foodie, what happened when your grandmama was passing away? Wasn't you trying to get back to Natter real quick? Uh-oh. Go for it.
Actually, around the time when my grandmother passed away and people were accusing me of going there like coked out and
yes, she is.
Clothing. Like, we had to wear, and to say that I chose, you know what, over my grandmother was the minute, like, I drove down there, I zoomed down, like, I'll admit it, I don't care. Like, it hurt to see people spreading those rumors about me that I didn't love my grandmother.
Oh, she's doing the old wrestling trick by rubbing salt in her eyes. I got you.
Arrived skimpy and strung out. Never happened. I would never do that. People don't know me. Sorry.
All right.
Yep.
Foodie's a showman. She's just putting on.
She's manipulative is what she is. She thinks she's manipulating with this though. She thinks she's manipulative. It doesn't actually mean that she is. The fact is that this whole thing is her talking to an audience that she does not have. She's talking to people who are coming in later on because she has wiped that entire section of her YouTube channel. She does this. She loves to rewrite history. I never abused my cats. I didn't show up to the hospital high as a kite and wearing a dress 3 sizes too small. I never did. Hang on. It gets better. It gets better because she made a comment about, hang on.
She doesn't know we have this on archive, right?
Huh?
She doesn't know about these archive channels, right?
I'm sure she knows, but she still plays this game.
Okay.
Because people respond with those videos, and her response is, "I don't remember saying that." Just because you don't remember, don't mean you didn't say it.
Ma'am, is this not you?
I'm sorry that she lost her mom. I'm just like, that comment was more directed to like you.
She's lying when she looks to the side.
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, and you're gonna like hate on me? Like what? What the heck? Take as long as you need to grieve. Yeah, I'm sorry for your loss, Ellie. And you too, Freya, and everybody. But anyway, if I do something to someone else, then I'm gonna, you reap what you sow. It's a tale as old as time. We don't just sit here and talk crap about like a certain person over and over and over. We just don't do it. But okay,
I find that interesting. And here's the thing. I don't know why I didn't save it, but she actually said at one point, it hurt my feelings because somebody said that I chose, what over my grandmother. So I hopped in the car and I drove over there.
It was back. It was in there.
Okay. I thought I'd left it. Mm-mm. I thought I'd cut it out. So, realistically, why is she acting some kind of way about this and her trying to act like, what is being said isn't accurate? She's admitting it in the same breath that she's denying all of it. And actually, Skinny said in a live that she did that her audience had to beg, plead, and terrorize her to even
go over there.
To even get her to take her COVID vaccine, because when she had tried to go up there originally, they would not let her in because she had not had her vaccine.
I remember that. That was today, I believe. That was this. Well, she said it this morning. If it wasn't today, she might have said it again.
Yeah, I mean, I think she may have, but um, to me, I mean, I just can't even with her. Um,
I'm really at this point. I'm not interested in anything she has to say unless she's talking about why she's still in Thailand. That's the only interest I got right now. I don't want to see her eat. I think the video I did about her, 7 days of foodie, just summarized with the fake curl singing in the background. That's good enough for me to watch her eat. And until she goes somewhere else other
mhm.
than Thailand or goes somewhere in Thailand, because
Or
I'm not gonna lie, I enjoyed seeing the sights. At least she was getting out. At least she was doing something.
yeah, well,
Unfortunately, her
I don't.
body stopped her.
She made the claim that she needs a few days in between outings to recover,
Mm-mm,
and that's why she's been spending so much time in.
mm-mm,
Because she said the first few days we were wide open, going bam, 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 and it was just
mm-hmm,
too much for me.
mm-mm. Well, ma'am, let's again being realistic. Who spends a month on vacation anywhere with pets? And you're supposed to be the sole humanitarian out here,
Hmm.
because you're not the animal abuser that everybody's calling you. No, you're the exact opposite. But yet you
I'll tell
leave your
you,
pets, your loving pets. Oh, I miss Julia every once and again.
I honestly think that she probably gave them away.
I honestly, and here, I'm gonna be honest about it. Excuse me if it's gonna be ugly, but I think the hamster has been dead. And I think that she just released Julia back out on the streets where she found her.
Probably.
That's what I think. Now, whether they still have the apartment or not, I don't know if they're paying for that apartment. Knowing them, they probably sold the apartment or stopped paying for the apartment so they could have extra money in Thailand. And then I don't know what's going on, to be honest with you. I got speculations and opinions is all, but I don't really know what's going on. But I can think, yeah, now she's in trouble.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I think you make a valid point with that. I mean, realistically, I mean, the hamster has not been seen in ages. Um, and I mean, realistically, the only thing that would lead me to believe in the slightest that the cat is still in the picture is because of all the stupid shit that she's bought for it over the last couple of days.
That you talking about the bed and the scratching post?
The bed, the scratching post, and I think she said she bought some toys too.
Meaning what? She spent 10, $20 on that stuff.
True enough, but I mean, why go through the charade of doing all that if you don't have the cat?
The same person that went through the charade of 3 months talking about how FFG stole her cat when she clearly gave the cat over freely and was willing to give the cat over to a stranger.
Hmm. Well, realistically, I say that because I mean, she gave the cat away to a total stranger because she didn't want to have to foot the bill to put it down.
Bridge makes a good point. That cat stuff is for the new cat she's going to get when she gets back, which is a stronger possibility than thinking we're going to see Julia again. In my mind, opinion, allegedly, in Shanae's mind, allegedly.
Oh, Lexi's taking it off to a whole different topic area. Look at that.
No, Lexi, you should not. I mean, you could have. That's very good. But I told you a long time ago. Don't think that Marty's done. Don't
I
think that a man that has trolled one individual for 7 years straight
years.
has stopped trolling Foodie. And valid point Marty makes. She is stuck in Thailand. And it
Remember,
is Salty, the one that came up with that. Hey, I think it correlates with the way that Marty has been working, and it could be a sock account of Marty's to be able to drop this information to the to the Kuwaiti officials without his name being attached to it, so she wouldn't be able to come back and blah blah blah. Yeah, the beach said that. Salty Beach said that. So, um, yeah, I'm down on that theory. But do I think that Marty's done? No. Marty went back to his home so he can get his channel rebuilt, and he's doing things behind the scenes so that he can take care of business with Foodie, because you just don't
despite the
start
thought
this.
process and the way that Marty talks, because Marty's very crude. I will give him that.
Yes.
Um, Marty is not dumb by any stretch of the imagination. Him putting things online wide open like he was doing, it wasn't working for him. So what's the other avenue?
Yeah. Take it offline.
Take it offline, make it covert.
Hmm.
Shadow work, my man, shadow work.
And he did what he said he was going to do. And now, look. And of course, there's no need to try to troll her in Thailand. For what? That's a zero cause.
But the moves he could have made, which are what I was saying, if he opts to do so and he does it offline and he says, I'm washing my hands of this shit, it takes all of the eyes that Foodie has had watching him
Away. And
away
then
from him.
drops it all underneath that covert. But see, I love it. And he dropped links and everything else. So I'm
Right.
really thinking that email has a lot more to play in the situation behind the
Absolutely.
scenes.
Absolutely. And that's the
And
reason
that's why
why
she's stuck. That's what I'm interested in.
I said what I said about that Twitter account, because there was too much there that was kind of lining up. You know what I'm saying? For me.
Mm-hmm.
And I was just like, ooh, when I caught that, I was like, ooh, this, when I said that there were all these things that were being posted of Salah's dad and conversations that were had, they were not screen captures from a YouTube video.
Mm.
Those were actual images. And I was just like, I see you. I ain't
Mm-hmm.
gonna say nothing, but I see you.
The same
So
images, huh?
yeah.
In the
Um,
short I saw.
yeah.
That's now
So
gone in private. I see.
right. It's
Mm.
I don't fault him that.
Mm-mm.
Very smart move on his part.
Very, very smart. But I
If
mean,
he
he's
could,
always been a very smart troll. I've been trying to warn people. I've been trying to tell people. I mean, I've came out and said he's smarter than he acts. He's smarter than he's going to betray. He knows what he's doing. He's been doing this for years. So, I mean, I don't think that he's done for 1 second. I just think that he's waiting for them to get in a spot where he can then start back. And I honestly think that he's going to wait for her to get back to Canada where Salah is not going to be, and he's going to have a field day.
yeah.
Just going to have a good old time right there. But
And the God's honest truth, I mean, we already know that it doesn't matter how hard she tries to play this. I love my privacy. I enjoy my privacy now. Whatever, whatever. She ends up giving herself away.
she tells on herself every day.
She does. She told on herself about the grandma thing, about her driving to see grandma, because otherwise, if it hadn't have been for that comment, she would have never went. She's given herself away on quite a bit of things, you know. Um, it's just there. She is literally her own worst enemy in this game, and Marty will capitalize on it.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. He's waiting. He's waiting.
When she can say that she's not going to tell people when she's in movement, and she can say that she won't tell anybody when and if she comes back to Canada, but it will out. There will be something that will let it be known if she doesn't slip and say something.
Sarah asked me, did I know about Marty before Girl World? Yes, I knew about Marty because I came into YouTube watching the Gothic King Cobra, and the Gothic King Cobra deals behind the scenes with people like Courtney and Katie, and both of them deal with Marty directly. So Marty deals with Cobra. I've met Marty when I was reviewing Cyrax as well, and well, again, he's been trolling Cyrex for 7 years. So yeah, I knew way long about Marty before anything about Girl World. And I think it's a interesting interaction between the two worlds because like you said, Girl World is very cliquish and emotional and it's a lot of things going on when there are people that are completely desensitized to all of this feelings, all of your fifis. They're completely desensitized about it, and things that we are going to say, don't go out here doxing people. Don't go real life. That's stupid.
Mhm.
Don't do that shit. Marty's all for it. He's all for it. Like, I'm gonna call the tow truck service to come and tow your car out your yard. I'm gonna send prostitutes to your house and that kind of stuff. But Marty's all about that. So
I will say this, and maybe I need to find some kind of way to reach out to him. I want Marty to have Breezy's scooter towed.
I'm sorry. Oh, well,
Come on now, you can't tell me that that would not be hysterical for her to come out of her house and that scooter to be gone.
and she just be pew. What? Somebody got my scooter. Yeah.
I'm calling the police. Somebody that stole my scooter. Oh my god, that thing cost me $150.
Yeah, it's one of those scooters where you can get down there.
Oh damn.
You can get down there and put your debit card in
Well,
it and just ride off with it.
girl could have hoped, you know. Okay, then we're gonna change it. I want to put in for Marty to arrange for somebody to steal her wig.
The wind to do that. Don't worry about it. We'll let God take care of that.
Excellent point. God will sort that out.
Yep.
We're gonna have faith in that because I'm sorry, that will be priceless.
Well, Salty, it's been wonderful time up here. I appreciate you having me.
Yeah, man.
It's been great. So I guess we'll talk later because I'm about to go to bed.
Not I. I'm having
Oh,
to flip my sleep schedule.
you switching shifts?
No, I'm I only do night shift. I am not going to be dealing with people's family members, and I ain't going to be dealing with management. But
Oh, so you're trying to switch it back over to night. You gonna do
yeah,
an all nighter?
yeah.
You gonna
I
put
mean,
you gonna put a haircut back up?
oh, I don't know. Maybe. I
Did
mean,
did everybody see it though?
well, here I can show them. Hang on a minute. Uh-oh. I can show them real quick, like.
I'm so proud of her. She got a big boy haircut. If she could work it out, Ellen had a low haircut. Worked for her. Breezy's head may be a little too meaty for that though. Yep.
All right, there we go.
No, damn it. I wasn't ready. Uh, okay, I'll take it.
I'm being ugly.
I'll
Hang
take
on.
the mo.
Oh, or hey, the Jim Carrey version.
Oh yeah.
Oh wait, or maybe that.
The Ringo. You scared the Ringo?
Or maybe she went old school with it and just had him finish it.
She got the bow. That's the natter. She got the natter cut.
She got
Oh,
the natter special.
oh, this poor guy down here in the lower right hand corner. Yeah, mushroom cap. No,
No, that's a chick. That's a chick. That's a chick. Hang on. That's chick. That's it. Look at what it's called.
The mo. I'm done. I am done.
I'm going to hell, but it's okay. It's worth it.
It's all right. I'm driving the bus. You'll have company.
Sounds like a plan to me. So no, what my plans are is I'm going to do some meal prepping. I've got to fold laundry.
That's That don't sound fun.
And
None of
no,
that.
not really, but I'm probably gonna be watching like 80 zombie movies while I do all that, so at least it'll be tolerable. You know what I mean?
I recommend George Romero's Day of the Dead, Dawn of the Dead,
Believe it
Night
or
of the
not,
Living Dead.
the last flip night that I had like that, that's actually all I watched all three of those.
Very good choice. Excellent choices.
Nobody tops George.
Excellent choices. You probably some of the older, I mean the newer ones as well. Well, before he
Well,
passed, the newer ones.
I'm gonna tell you, and God's honest truth, we could have between me and you, we could probably have a whole discussion about zombies, and we would probably have a fucking blast because I am everything zombies. I actually did a paper in humanities. There was like a whole section. They're like, you have to pick a section out of the book that we haven't covered, and it was like the subheading for the section was glorifying the dead. Why our fascination with zombies and vampires. So I shorted it down to zombies. I ended up doing like a 4 or 5 page paper on it.
Mm-hmm.
And it is, dude, there is actually, I'm trying to think of what that's called. The law that deals with post-death law. You know what I'm talking about? God, hang on. Let me think of what.
Post-death law.
Probate law. Like probate, whenever you die, all of your stuff goes into probate.
Okay. Yes.
There's actual papers on probate law as to how it would be managed if somebody died and came back from the dead as a zombie.
What the fuck?
Dude, it is all over the fucking place. I was just like, holy shit, dude. I was like, this is awesome. I was like, oh my God. I'm like, I could become like a zombie specialist. I was like, this would be beyond rad. I maybe I'll start doing some of that because like, as an example, like one of the things that I found out, The Walking Dead, the show, that's not the first media that was called The Walking Dead.
Oh no, the first media called The Walking Dead, which I own all 31 episodes of, is a comic book which was made, and the comic book is way deeper than the show ever will be, but it's good. It's a graphic novel.
Actually,
even before that, huh? Go back.
Actually, that's not even the first thing named The Walking Dead.
There was a TV show in the movie in the 80s about black, were they Marines? Mm-hmm. Anyway, they were sent on the front lines called The Walking Dead.
Hang on.
There's two, but that had nothing to do with zombies. That had to do with Vietnam.
Okay, hang on.
Yeah, CDC does have plans in place for a zombie apocalypse, in case you didn't know. The actual CDC has plans for a zombie apocalypse.
Actually, The Walking Dead 1936 with Boris Karloff.
Zombies?
Yep. American horror film directed by Michael Kurtz and starring Boris Karloff, who plays a man wrongfully executed who is restored to life by a scientist.
I'm sure I would not like that.
I'm
sure I liked the Reanimator better.
Probably, but the Reanimator is like a little different. But I mean, like the other thing too, and this is mostly what my paper was about, is that zombie enthusiasm actually it ebbs and flows, and it peaks in times of societal stress.
Like bell bottoms.
Yeah, kind of.
Exactly.
Like they were real big in the 80s. Think about what all was going on in the 80s. You know, the reemergence with The Walking Dead, and then all things zombie after that. All the Romero flicks got remade. It's a thing. It's an actual thing. And they address so many different avenues of societal norms and everything. Like Day of the Dead that's the one where they were in the mall.
Dawn of the Dead was
Dawn of the Dead, not Day of the Dead. Day of the Dead was in the bunker.
Yes, I love Day of the Dead.
My bad.
That was so good. It's my favorite, actually.
I don't know. I kind of like
I do like the remake of Dawn of the Dead as a standalone.
Well, here's the deal. That Dawn of the Dead deal, it was actually Romero giving kind of a opinion on consumerism. Because if you'll think about it, they come in, they take the place over, and what was their undoing? Other people coming in and then them fighting over things.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
The zombies just happen to be a side character in these people fighting back and forth with each other.
Such a good side character they were. Great.
Yes, they were. Yes, they were. Then you've got your Day of the Dead, which is about the military industrial complex and how it's, it's very shady and very underhanded.
And I believe in the Second Amendment of the Constitution. So yes, I like that one a lot.
Yeah. I'm trying to think of what else, but Romero went real deep in, and he addressed like segregation with the very first one, the Night of the Living Dead. I mean, it's actually
which is very good. It's
that's
very greatly done. It was almost done. I think they paid homage to it in like Cabin Fever when at the end of it, it didn't matter what was said. The guy just walked up and got shot.
Well, yeah, and that's the thing. Like, a lot of people don't really know it, but he was actually the first Black hero. And a lot of people don't realize that.
Yeah, because he survived the entire movie. Of course, Black people know that.
Well, I mean, I actually saw a Twitter thread at one point where people are like, name the one Black person that survived the movie. And I was like, let me put him over there. And people were like, who's that? I was like, Night of the Living Dead, my dude.
By the time he ended it, though?
Well, I mean,
he survived the apocalypse part of the movie, but he didn't.
He was the last man standing, technically. And they say Black people never live through horror movies. That's
he made it.
He was the ringer. He did it.
He's the first one.
Well, and I'm going to tell you, the new one, I love the new one for what it is. They made great changes to it. I didn't like Barbara from the first one because she was this weepy, fell apart, oh my God, and lethargic. And it's like, bitch, get up and do something. Where is your self-preservation gene? But in the new one, she lost her shit for a minute, but then she was like,
hold it together. Let me do my thing.
Hold it together, because people do lose it, but they are not going to lose it and just stay gone. Most people, that desire to keep going eventually kicks in. And that's what made that second one so good for me. But it bothered the hell out of me that they killed Ben. I was not okay with that.
Well, we could talk about these movies all night.
Oh yeah, we may have.
Yeah, we're going to do that. We're
going to have to do a whole thing, man. Because I'm gonna tell you, like I said, I went really fucking far in, and there was umpteen bazoodles.
That sounds like a podcast. We can do a zombie podcast,
bro. It goes all over the place. But the summary of it all, like why it is that we're so fascinated with zombies and vampires. Well, mostly zombies. Hell with vampires. Vampires are dicks.
We'll get into that. I promise, because I don't like vampires. We can talk about that. Yeah, I don't like the romance and all that stuff. Give me some more. You know what? Later.
The reason we're so fascinated with zombies is that zombies and the apocalypse surrounding it takes us back to a time where things are simpler. You don't really have all the nuances and things that keep us separate, because we don't have the devices. We don't have the politics. We don't have any of that. It takes us back to the most simple form of things where it's about eating, drinking, having a roof over our head, and having people close to us that we care about. That's where those things kind of draw us into. The sad thing is, as all of those movies reaffirm for us that even though the zombies are the ones that are trying to eat us, that people
Are still worse.
are always going to be the monster.
It proves that people will be instinctual. Zombies are being instinctual. They just want to feed and do what they used to do. Eat, basically. Doesn't
Right.
matter.
They do not act out of malice.
I know.
People do.
So, yeah, we can schedule that. And with that,
I'm
let me
gonna-
say good night, everybody. Good night, everybody. Hey, watch out for those green wieners out there, okay? And good night, Salty. Thank you.
Good night, Hannibal. Good having you. All right, everybody. So, hope you guys had a good time. This actually turned out to be way more fun than I thought it was going to be. I hope you guys are okay with the level of sassy I came with today, because I'm going to tell you, it was turned off for just a little while because I was just not up to par. I appreciate each and every single one of you for coming through tonight. I hope those of you on the replay have a good time, because I know we sure did. And I'm hoping that after this weekend is up, we will be able to do it again soon. I am going to have to go get back into reading on my zombie lore and info, simply because now we have started a whole thing, and maybe I'll do some videos specific to that. Oranges Poranges, are you still here, love? Oranges Poranges, before you leave, darling, tell me if you're still here. Oh no, I think oranges is bailed. Oranges, just so you know, and I will have to tag you, I guess. I am going to do that video that you asked for about my skincare routine, since you were curious. And I will break all that down because I have multiple things going on with that. But I thank you for telling me that I have nice skin. And I hope that there's stuff there that may help you and you might actually want to use. I hope you caught that. So, yeah, you asked for it. I'm going to give it to you because, I'm all for us helping each other. We have to look our best, Actually, Bridge, not yet. And I'm going to, but I want to give it a little bit of time in before I get started so that I can kind of binge watch it. You know what I'm saying? I hate having to wait from one week to the next to catch an episode. That bothers me. I would rather be a little behind so that I can, I'm just weird that way. There's nothing quite like binging the hell out of something. It's totally fine, Hannibal, man. I totally get it. Well, of course, it's Daryl. It's Daryl. Of course it's better. I mean, don't get me wrong. I mean, they both good looking men. I would tear both of them up. Let me tell you. But in relation to character, of course, Daryl is better. Hands down. Daryl was the only thing that kept The Walking Dead going as long as it did, to be true. I mean, man, what can I say about that other than, oh my goodness. Add to it, from what I gather, he is such a really nice guy, like in real life, So, yeah, girl, I'm gonna definitely for sure be catching in on that. I might actually end up watching some of that tonight while I'm folding clothes and stuff, because I mean, I've kind of already watched all the movies that Hannibal was talking about. I actually even watched Return of the Living Dead too, which is 80s and cheesy, and I absolutely love it. But we'll have to see. Maybe I'll be doing that. I'll be playing catch up. Girl, you need to save that for somebody else. You cray. I'm going to tell you the truth. No offense to nobody. Yeah, Carl's daddy didn't do it for me. He was all right. He was a little bit on the weak side for me, though. You know, he lived longer than he was supposed to. They killed him like a long time before they did. Yeah, in the comic book, they killed him a long time before they did in the show. You know, it's just like, dude, this kid, why is he still here? And this is going to sound bad, and you guys are probably going to be like, what? But I never even finished The Walking Dead. I quit watching. I can't even think of what season that's in. He was all right. He was all right. He didn't do it for me. Yeah, he was kind of cute in his own little way. I'm trying to think. No. Suppose from what I understood of it, they killed him off. Hang on. Let me see what season that was that I stopped watching. Because I stopped watching like in the middle somewhere. It just got a little redundant. You know what I mean? Okay. Okay, I saw that one because I still remember him. Okay, it was after they killed the tiger. I know that part. I know that much. It was I stopped watching in season 8. Did he? I thought he was killed off. Yeah, I stopped watching The Walking Dead in season 8. It just started getting a little redundant, you know what I mean? I just couldn't stay hooked on it anymore past that point. And like Fear the Walking Dead, I think I watched I think I only watched the first season of that. I watched the first two seasons. Well, I'll tell you. Okay. Well, here's the deal. I didn't mind it. I actually kind of liked it. It was pretty good. I'll tell you what my problem was. My problem is when they started bringing, what's that guy's name? Hang on. No, I tell a lie. I got further into it than that. Let's see. Thank you. Yes, ma'am. When they brought him in, shit wasn't making no sense at all. It's like, how is he over here with y'all when he was supposed to be over where Rick found him with his dead wife trying to get into the house? How are you going to have him in two places at one time? I was just like, that fucked the whole thing up. If they had left him out of it, it would have been fine. They could have created a whole separate deal. You know what I'm saying? But them crossing Morgan from one place to another when he's already in a storyline somewhere else, that's what totally ruined it for me. I was just like, first off, unless he's got a twin brother who's also named Morgan, you are totally crisscrossing the same universe. This dude is not capable of being in two places at once. It made no sense whatsoever, and that's when they lost me. I mean, for what it was up until the point that he showed up, it was good. I enjoyed it. I was into it, but that did it in for me. That was the end of it. What the? They need to quit. Okay. I'm fixing to delve off into an area that I don't generally delve into. This is going to sound bad. Okay. This is what I hate about Hollywood. Okay. You've written this, you've created this little universe, and then you're going to go in and tweak it and fuck around with it. And all you're going to do is mess it up, which is exactly what they did by doing that. Okay. It's kind of like Hollywood remaking all these classic movies that don't need to be remade. Prime example. And Bridge, if you watch The Walking Dead and some of the other stuff, I can tell you, I know you've watched The Crow. I know you have. Pretty much everybody and their brother has seen that movie. Brandon Lee was gold in that movie. There would be nobody else that could play that role and do it justice. But here they are fucking around talking about remaking it. Oh my God, girl, you would love that. If you like zombies, that would be your thing. He came back from the dead. He's a zombie because he's not dead. He's undead. Doesn't eat people, but he's still undead. Okay. He comes back to avenge his fiance. Because some men killed him and his fiance. Okay. You would love it. You would love it. The soundtrack is bomb. Oh my God. It's an amazing soundtrack. It's got a lot of really good actors in it, but that movie is a classic, and they're talking about remaking it with, what's that kid's name? I mean, don't get me wrong. I like him. They want Bill Skarsgård to play the Crow. And don't get me wrong, I like Bill Skarsgård. He's a hell of an actor. He's great. I loved him in It. But I still don't think that they should be messing with movies that don't need to be messed with. Like, another example. And no offense to Jason Momoa. I love Jason Momoa. He's a beautiful man. He seems like he's a great guy. They should not have remade Conan the Barbarian. Okay. They shouldn't have been trying to rework. Yeah, they're remaking and spinning and all this other stuff, these movies that don't need to be touched. You know, I mean, I have that issue. Well, that's the thing. That's the thing. And I was talking to my brother about this. You know, I told you guys, my brother went to film school. So me and him have lengthy conversations about all this sometimes. You know, it's not that they're out of ideas. They're just lazy. There are so many books that could be adapted and made into movies that are out on the market right now. Okay. That would make fantastic movies. Okay. Let me find it. I can give you an example. Well, here's the deal. I mean, if they know where to look, I mean, it would not be difficult. I mean, I can give you an example, okay? There's a writer called Dean Koontz, and I don't know if you know him, okay? But Dean Koontz has got like a massive following. He writes like mysteries and stuff like that. I mean, like he has a massive book. He has a massive catalog. Okay. There's actually a book that he wrote. And I was talking to my brother about this. It's a thriller, but it said the summary is Timothy Carrier is an unassuming stonemason who, while having a beer at his regular bar, is accidentally mistaken for a hitman by a stranger who hands him an envelope containing $1,000 and a photo of the intended victim, a writer named Linda Paquette. Now, this book, what they don't cover is that this guy, Timothy, was retired military. He meets this woman and he finds out why it is that people are wanting her dead. And then he goes out of his way to actually protect her and to save her from these people that are coming after her. It was an amazing book. I mean, amazing. I could not put it down. I read that book in like 4 days. Okay. That would make an awesome, awesome movie. Now, why they wouldn't be looking for stuff like that is beyond me. You know, and it isn't like they would have to have this massive CGI, you know, special effects, whatever. I mean, the story is what would make it so good, you know. I don't think I've seen that. I don't think I've watched any of that. Yeah, massive. How the guy has written as much as he has is beyond me. Uh-oh. Perfume. That's already been made into a movie, Oranges Poranges. It was made into a movie in 2006. It has Alan Rickman in it. It has Dustin Hoffman in it. Let's see who else has got a name in it. It's got just a select few people, but Alan Rickman and Dustin Hoffman, my dude. Oh, and it was a really good movie. I really enjoyed it. Oh, it's on Netflix. I know what Oranges Poranges is doing later. It's funny that you said that because, like, I was listening. Yeah, I read that and I was like, wait a minute. I'm like, I'm pretty sure that that's already been made. Text from Daniel. Text from Heather. Well, damn. Well, bad news. So that was Daniel Son texting me. Yeah, I know, right? Well, between him and Dustin Hoffman, girl. So that was Daniel texting me, and apparently our Aerosmith concert is being postponed. Apparently, Steve Tyler's voice is so messed up that they are pushing the concerts back to 2024. So, okay. Oh, side note for those of y'all who are still hanging around, who are lurking or whatever. Girl, now see, I understood the 30-day break thing, but I figured that we were going to be okay. I was kind of hoping we were going to be okay, but that's okay. The ticket is paid for. They have already said that they'll honor them later on. So I'm good. Just so long as I don't end up having to go through a whole rigmarole to get the money back for it, then it'll be okay. Just so long as we make it eventually. That's really all I'm worried about. Really. Clearwater is such a long drive though. And I'm not like really, really crazy about Stevie Nicks. I mean, I like some of her songs, but not all of them. Some of them are just really moody breakup songs. You know what I'm saying? Just so y'all know, I will be having a stream Thursday night. Simply because I do not want to spend my birthday by myself. So I'm hoping that those of y'all that don't really have anything planned will come and hang out with me. I need to send Hannibal what for. I need to say something to him about that Wednesday. Ooh, tell you what we could do. We could just do like a whole panel thing Thursday. That would be fun. Thank you. I mean, truth be told, I don't really celebrate my birthday. It's really just another day for me. Okay, I don't know if I believe that, because do you know how many times I have been to their last concert, what do you call it, tour show? I've seen Kiss 3 times. 2 of them were the end of the road and final tour and all that stuff, and they keep touring. I'm crazy about it. Any woman who can write a song about a man being an asshole. Of course, that's true. I'm good. I'm good with that, crab apples. I mean, realistically, like I said, I just really want to kind of have a good time. And if I can get, I'm going to have to ask, I'm going to have to send some messages around and see if anybody wants to panel. I think that would be fun. Or, right. That's very cool. That is very cool. Oh, well, I didn't realize that. I will have to make sure to say happy Thanksgiving to everybody. Oh my gosh, 400 little dancers. God bless them. Or I'll tell you what I think we may do is I will talk to Hannibal and see if he wants to do the zombie thing Thursday night. That'll give me time to do some refresher reading type of stuff. Excuse me. Good gracious. I don't know. I'll figure something out. But I will definitely be doing the skincare video thing tonight for Oranges Pornges. So you'll have that in the morning. Gives me something to do after I cook and I fold laundry, because those 2 things are only going to take me about an hour. Unless y'all want me to do like a video thing about what I'm making, because I can do that too. Because I don't know if I've told you guys I don't think I said what I was making. I'm making my mom's chicken and rice casserole. It's supposed to be a casserole, but it's really not. But it is amazing. It is so good. And I'm modifying it to make it keto. So maybe I will. Maybe I'll do a little short video thing on that because, that might be something that you guys might be interested in trying because, I'm about eating good and eating good for you. Oh my goodness. Wow. Okay. That's a lot. That's a lot. That's a lot to ponder over. There's been so much that's happened. Oh, no. Two different things. Realistically, nowadays, it's more about just everybody getting together and sitting down and having a good meal. I mean, like even the whole point of Thanksgiving was, saying what you're grateful for and appreciating each other. That don't even happen anymore. Ooh. I tell Amber happy birthday and that I love her. And I love you. Don't do nothing that I can't bail you out for. So that's what I got on my plate. That's what the plans are. And we're going to iron something out. Like I said, Thursday night, I do think I do want to do a live so that, like I said, I can hang out with you guys instead of sitting at home talking to the cats on my birthday, because I am not a going to the bar type person. Such has never been my way, but I am going to let you guys go because we are now at 4.5 hours that I have held y'all hostage. I appreciate every single one of you, and I'm glad that you guys were here. I had a blast. Can we see your cats? Actually, Crab Apples, I have photos on the community tab. I actually put up a picture of them on the community tab yesterday because they were watching TV while I was doing pre-production for tonight. And little mama always makes her little cameo appearances when I'm live. So you will never be without kitty cat visual. They are all around. So I'm going to let you guys go. Like I said, I hope you guys had a wonderful time because I did. I had a blast. We had some laughs. We had some intellectual conversation. We talked about feelings, which I wasn't planning on. You guys have really, really, really made my night good. I appreciate you guys. All of you guys on the replay. I thank you guys for coming through. I hope you guys had a good time too. And like I said, hopefully I'll see you guys Thursday night, barring no major wrenches in the works. I will talk to you guys again soon. Take care of you. Hug everybody that you love and tell them that you love them. Don't forget what my mom always said. Be sure to dream and dream big because those dreams are free. But to do and see and have those things, the hustle's going to cost you extra. So y'all get out there and hustle. Thanks again. I love you guys. Y'all have a good night. Bye.